broken dreams, broken lies, neon lights flicker like alibis. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Footsteps echo, boots on tile. Silent screams crawl 1,000 miles. Stale smoke and regret hang in the air. Every face a mask, no one place fair. Spell the coffee, spell the truth. Every state a story proof. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Inner behind the paint, every mugshot a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day.
What is happening, all you beautiful people? How are you today? I hope you're not melting out there because I know I was. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business, guys. I know it's later in the afternoon. I had a lot of stuff going on today. It's one of my kids' birthdays, and so you got me now. We are heading back to Idaho, folks. We're going to be reviewing some of these supplemental reports out of the Idaho State Police. Thank you for joining me. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out, let everybody know what we're doing. And that being said, you know what's next. All right. Welcome back. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a great day today. And I hope everybody out there is staying cool because it's hotter than hell out there. Completely hotter than hell. It's 113 degrees here with the real feel, folks, and I am melting. I don't like it at all. My air conditioner's even crying right now. Help me. So anyway, Welcome back, guys. Like I said, it's later in the afternoon. I know that today's my twin's birthday, and there's a bunch of stuff going on out there that I have nothing to do with because it's too hot to be out there. So we're doing this, and I'm grateful. Thank you to my mods to help me getting this link together and everything out there too. I appreciate you all so very much. Um, Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I just had a glitch. All right, I think I got it. There we go. Sorry about that, you guys. Come on in again. Please make sure to hit the like button. Share this out and let everybody know what is going on in here this afternoon. Appreciate you all very much. Let's see who we got in here real quick while we're doing this. Miss Delta's in the house. Miss Delta, I have missed you so very much. Good to see you. Eddie's in the house. Welcome back, buddy. Miss Jody Walters, great to see you. Forget him. Scully, welcome back, brother. Welcome back. Miss Jana, oh my goodness gracious. Wonderful to see you, Miss Jana. Wonderful to have you here today. Miss Tandy, always a pleasure, of course. Hope Norris, welcome. Good to see you today. Great to have you in the house. Justice, okay, yes, I know who that is. Let's see. Miss Tracy, welcome back to you. Miss Paula, the positive one, always happy to see you. Let's see. It looks like that's it so far. If I did miss you, I will catch up with you, I promise. Oh, wait, there's more. Miss Tracy. Nope, that's it. So again, guys, please make sure to hit the like button and share this out if you would, please, and thank you. And most of all, welcome back to all you beautiful people. I appreciate you all so very much. I'm going to hang out here just a few minutes, see who else we get in here so I don't have to restart, of course. But please make yourselves at home, get comfortable, grab some coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on and sit down and have a conversation with me. There's so much to go through with these, I guess. And I'm beyond grateful to Miss Tomboy for finding this for me finally. I was digging all over the place trying to get into this, and I hopefully everything works with it. I checked it out a little bit and it seemed okay. So, Miss Jana, it's been a minute. I hope everything's going well for you. Miss seeing you. And of course, the lovely Miss Zelda. We miss you all the time. Thank you so much for that, guys. Or thank you so much for being here. Sorry, I was talking about two things at once. There goes that ADHD again. Thank you so much for being here, Zelda. It's a lovely seeing you, and we've missed you. And thank you for hitting that like button, folks. Thank you, Scully. It's like we got 21 peeps and 21 likes. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Let's see if we can get this up into the algorithm, folks, based on how many people we get in here. Let's see. There is, Ms. Zelda dropping a membership in here already. Thank you, Ms. Zelda. And that went right to Miss Lisa Vallejo. Congratulations, Lisa. Welcome to the sauce. And damn, Zelda, thank you so much for that. And your generosity. I appreciate that so very much. So very much. Okay, then Miss Tandy, thank you so much for the link then. I apologize. My apologies. I appreciate you both. It came from the same house. That's what matters. So thank you again, Zelda and Tandy and Tomboy for that. So very much appreciated. There's Miss Tomboy right there. You didn't bring the bird this time? That's awesome. Thank you again, both of you, very much. I've been going nuts trying to get a hold of this, and I got it, and I'm excited. I appreciate it very much. Let's see here. Let's see here. I guess what I'll do, I'll see your membership there, Miss Delta, and this is on me, y'all. Like I said, I like giving back when I can. Here we go, guys. Let's throw 5 of them out there real quick. I know, Tandy, I know. 5 of them out there. This is from me to you, and I appreciate you all so very much. Welcome to the sauce. Victorine, Awesome Town, Matt, Miss Macy, Peppermint Tea, Dragonfly, and Murderino 48, former Free Karen Reed 48. Thank you for joining us. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. That is so awesome. I appreciate you all so much for being part of this community. And now for being part of our family. Jump in it, sauce, you meatballs, and float around with the rest of us so we can spill this sauce. Welcome, welcome. Princess Tarot, aka Jen. Hey, welcome, Jen. Good to see you. Guys, go down the bottom of your chat screen. There's a $sign inside of a square box. Make sure you click on that so that you can receive these memberships when they're gifted out. Please and thank you. And you can always be a member of this community and this family just by doing that. We appreciate you so very much. And look, Miss Jana ain't been here in a minute and she's already doing this. You don't have to do that, Jana. You know better than that. Thank you so much for that super sticker. God bless. Appreciate you. It's a super pair flying through the air. That's kind of cool. I love it. Love you, Jana. I appreciate you so very much. And like I said, I hope things are going better for you. I've been praying for you from day one that I met you. Miss Jana, her sister, for those of you that are newer, her sister is Crystal McCrory Jones, and she lost her life in a very dark way. A lot of us believe, and there was a lot of dastardly, for lack of better terms, corrupted ways about her case, and we tried to help her by putting it out there, and we'll continue to do that until she gets true justice. Miss Janet deserves that, as well as Miss Crystal. Both deserve real justice on that case, for real. So I hope that's going better for you, Janet. I really do. Always thinking about you. So thank you again. And again, let's see. I think I got. Hold on here. All right. It looks like. Bingo. There we go. We got 5 more dropping for you. And looks like Miss Tandy just dropped one too. Thank you so much, Miss Tandy. That's amazing. And Lauren R received it from Miss Tandy. And Kendra Strega, truth lobbyist, Mamir, my cat's name is Karen, Diana Scott, and Heather Black. All welcome to the sauce once again. 5 more from me to you. And thank you again for being in this community and now being part of this amazing family. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, Miss Tandy. That's amazing. You and Zelda today both. God bless. I appreciate you for being part of this team and this crew as well as this community. God bless all of you guys. I appreciate it very much. Now Scully's dropping. Did we start a train here or what? Scully dropped one. That one went to, looks like knowledge is power. Thank you so much, brother. God bless. I appreciate you very much as well. 14 new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us today, guys. That's amazing and so very awesome. I appreciate every one of you guys so very much. Alicia J. Hey, good evening to you. Fizzy Cake, good to see you fizzing around in here today. Ruby Slippers, well, jumping in here again. Again, thank you so much, Scully. I appreciate you very much, bro. It looks like Jazz K. Scully dropped another one. Hey. That went to Jazz K. Welcome to the sauce. And another one. What are you doing, bro? You're killing me. And another one. Looks like that one went to Godlike TG. Congrats and welcome. 16 new meatballs in the sauce. That is amazing, Scully. Thank you, brother. Welcome to all you. And another one. You're killing me, bro. And another one. Carrie Summers. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you again, Scully. You the man. You the man. 17 new members. Congrats to Carrie Summers, Godlike TG, Jazz K, Knowledge is Power, and all the rest of you guys that just jumped in here. I appreciate you more, brother. I'm telling you, I do. I really appreciate your talent and your thoughtfulness and your generosity more than anything. And I appreciate that you're part of this community so very much. So thank you once again, bro. Very much appreciated. See if that floats right. If it does, we got one more going out from me to you guys. Mountain Mama got that one. Wait a minute. actually. Congrats, Mountain Mama. Welcome back to the sauce, because I think Mountain Mama was in there once before. It looks like also forget him. Nope. No. Cammy Q. Miss Cammy, welcome back to the sauce, Miss Cammy. All right, we got 19 now, y'all. 90 new meatballs jumping in the sauce before we even get started. That's amazing. Thank you to everybody for all your generosity, your thoughtfulness, your heart, and just the fact that you're here supporting this community the way that you do. You're all so very amazing, which is why I know, we know you're all the beautiful people, and we appreciate you so much. Lots of reading to do, folks, and some of this stuff is pretty interesting. I'll have to tell you that much. And Miss Zelda, you did it. Miss Zelda threw us over the top, I think. Nope. Did it? Yes. Yep. 20 new meatballs. Thank you so much, Zelda. God bless. Sandra Stevens, welcome to the sauce. With Hemisphere, welcome. Yes, it is bubbling, guys. Thank God, Miss SRB and Miss Alicia went and got them new pots. We got plenty of room now. Come on in, guys. Bubble around with the rest of us. Good to see you, Hemisphere. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Thank you all so very much. I love you guys. Truly and absolute. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you to my blue crew for joining me today. As we all know that I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without them, because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be sitting here. That's a fact. Welcome, guys. 26 peeps in the house. 30 likes. We're getting there. Share it out. You too, Miss Zelda. You know I love you to death. Love you to death. Hold on here. Share it out, guys. Let them know what we've been doing today. All right. Boom. We are going to need a bigger kitchen. That's coming. That is coming. We keep growing this channel, we'll get a bigger kitchen, that's for sure. Thank you, Miss Zelda. Jane Giori, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Hope. I appreciate that so very much, as I do all of you. All right. 34 peeps, 30 likes. We're getting there. We're about to kick this off, guys. I just wanted to give it a little time for everybody to jump in that wanted to. That way we don't have to back up and start it again. You know what I mean? So we're about to do it. Miss Jody, thank you so much for the purple hearts. Again, for anybody that doesn't know what these purple hearts stand for, we lost one of the founding members, foundation members of this community, and foundation crew people of this community. Miss Wisdom Speaks a while back, and she is never forgotten, always in our hearts, forever with us. With those purple hearts, that's why we put those out. So thank you for those of you that put those out as well. Yes, I am absolutely Hemisphere. I've been looking into that for a while. Paparazzi's talked about that many a times. Tomboy and I and a few other people have gotten into that and talked about it as well. So, oh shit, Jenna, you weren't here. Yes, we unfortunately lost Wisdom Speaks. She passed away a few months back, sadly. So we put the purple hearts in here because she will never be forgotten. She'll always forever be in our hearts, Jenna. And she's always part of this community no matter what. That's why we throw those out there. Thank you, Tandy. Guys, if you have not yet, please hit the like button in here. But if not yet, even more importantly, subscribe to the channel if you like what we do. Hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that we do in here, guys. It's important a lot of times to have that button hit, because we do things all different times, and you never know. So you might miss it if you don't have it out there. Yeah, it was a shock to a lot of us, Jen. It was horrible. It's still a little surreal to some of us. So yes, she will always forever live in our hearts, guys. As in part of this channel, I still have her name throughout my Discord and everything. So it'll never be taken out ever. If it weren't for her, I would not have this channel still. I would not be here still. She helped me to keep my head above water, emotionally, mentally, many a times. Many conversations I had that she, I could go to her and talk to her about anything, and I did. And she is the one that came to us when this case came out in the very beginning and said, word for word, Dago, I'm telling you, You've never seen anything like this. This is not like anything you could ever imagine. It's completely not what you think it is. And here she's been completely right the whole time. So yes, this case would be like no other case. And she's right there. Dagburn, Miss Diane, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Zelda. God bless, dear. Truthfully, that's a fact. Not to mention the community in here, guys. You guys keep me going day after day. But the Blue Crew, you have no idea. If it weren't for Seahawks fan Miss Tandy, definitely I wouldn't be here. Tandy and Alicia J, SRB, Cassie, Mama Bear, Tomboy. Oh Lord have mercy. Wisdom Speaks when she was here with us was one of the. She kind of kept us all together. Molly, of course, and every other person in here that was part of this community and this team. Like it keeps us running. It keeps me going. Keep the common sense flowing too. One thing Wisdom never put up with was a bunch of dumb shit. And if it, she's constantly telling people, use some common sense, folks. One of the things I loved about her. She really was Hope. She was an amazing person. Thank you, Scully. I appreciate that. You do that yourself. Dustin, welcome, buddy. Good to see you today. All right, guys, we got 42 peeps so far, 36 likes. Please hit that like button if you will. We're about to kick this off. I got to pull the link out, start rolling these things up and reading away. Oh, let's see here. Welcome, Miss Vivian. Thank you for joining us. Just double checking to make sure I got everybody. Uh-oh. What is that hemisphere? By the way, you guys, my wife, for like I said, it's my twin's birthday and she bakes. So she made two different cakes for them. One of them wanted a red velvet cake with cream cheese icing. The other one wanted a German chocolate cake with that German chocolate ice cream or icing with the pecans and the wall and the coconut and stuff. Oh my god, I love that cake, that kind of cake, and I love that kind of icing. And she made it homemade from scratch, every bit of it. I had a tiny little bit of it, and it is beyond so good. She's so good. Welcome, Miss Jessica. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it is. When I was smelling it as she was making it, Scully, I was watering at the mouth. That's a fact. She's been working on both of them. Actually, she made three cakes, from my understanding. They're little ones, personal cakes for them. But my one son, my one twin, promised me I could have a piece of the German chocolate one. But she's been working on all of that since this morning. I'll try. I'll try. You know how things go around here. When my kids show up at the house, it's over. They eat it all. They don't leave us with anything half the time. That's what her hobby is, though. She does baking on the side. Come holidays, she bakes cookies and cakes, and she does all sorts of specialty things too. Very talented. Triple chocolate cake with peanut butter. Oh my god, that sounds amazing, Zelda. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. My mother-in-law made another cake. Um, which is another favorite of mine. The yellow cake with the yellow butter cake, and it's got the homemade chocolate fudge icing. Oh my god! Telling you, it's insane. Yes, I remember that. I hope you're doing good, Delta, by the way, and not working yourself too hard. We miss you around here. Just like Mama Bear. Working, working. All right, guys. 45 peeps, 42 likes. Here we go. We're about to kick this off. We love the Black Forest cake. Oh, yeah. Good stuff, Jessica. Very good. Chocolate Cherry Jubilee. Oh, my God. You're killing me, Zelda. That sounds good. My wife does those other, what are you, I can't think of what they're called, but she'll put stuff inside of them and then put them together. Like cherries and cream or strawberries and cream. I can't. There's a name for them, but anyway. Shit. There's a name, and they put like fruit fillings and stuff inside them. She does that stuff too. Those are very good too. She made my mom one. My mother likes the strawberries with the Boston cream. I think it is. That's my mother's favorite, so she made that for her. My family's Italian and Irish. We love, but yes, same here. Same here. I'm Italian, Slovenian, and she's Irish and French. So figure out what we eat here. I'm just saying. Miss JC, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Hope lava cake is amazing. Poke cakes, yes. If you're right, if I think I know what you're talking about. She takes is that where they take? She makes those a lot. If it's the same thing, and she'll put holes in them after she bakes it, and then she dumps Jello over top of it, different flavors of Jello, and then puts whipped cream on top of it. Is that what that is, Alicia? Is that what that's called? I think they're. I thought that's what a poke cake was. Okay, yeah, she makes them a lot, and I love those, especially the corner piece when that Jello gets hard in there and that corner. Oh my god, those are amazing. Love them, love them. Chocolate bundt cake with cherry pie filling in it, and oh my god, Zelda, yeah, zoinks. Jesus, guys, I feel my diabetes like pinching me right now as we speak. I'm not even eating it. You bake a cake like whatever flavor cake you want, Scully, and then you poke holes in it, and then you make Jello. And before it sets up, you dump the Jello over top of the cake, okay, and then you put whipped cream on top of it, stick it in the fridge or the freezer to cool down, and then you cut it up and you eat it. The gets inside the cake, and it's amazing, bro. I'm telling you, it's amazing. Different flavors you can do. Brandy made. She took white cake one time. It was one of the best ones she's made. She called it a orange orange dream cake or something like that. I can't remember, but it was white cake with orange mandarin orange jello. The flavor was, and then she put that in there and put the whipped cream on top of it, and it reminded me of that like a dreamsicle, orange creamsicle or whatever the hell you call them, orange creamsicles. There we go. Very good, very good. She's made it with that. She's made it with black cherry jello. She's made them with grape jello, cherry, strawberry. She made a tropical one time with the blue tropical stuff creamsicle. That's it, Alicia. Yes, and Dan did it taste just like it. It was so good, so good. Better than sex cake. She also makes that stuff I told you guys, Death by Chocolate. Pineapple upside down, made with the bourbon sauce, is one of my favorites, Jessica. My mother-in-law does that. It's hard, Jody. It's hard to live here. Truly, it is. Of course, of course, of course. The Death by Chocolate is a bunch of brownies that she bakes, crumbles them in the bottom of the pan, and then you put chocolate pudding over top of that, and then you crumble Reese's cups on top of that, and you put whipped cream on top of that. You mix it all together and you eat it, and it's stupid amazing. The salty and the sweet and all that shit together, it's amazing. For real. Yes, the dreamsicle creamsicle. I love it. Orange creamsicles are like best in anything. It's one of the best flavors out there. I love it. And she made a grape one that was like that too, and I didn't think it was going to be good, but it was stupid good. Very good. Okay. Let's see. I hear my mouth run all night, folks. Yes, you are. At least we're going to get through some of this for sure. Let me get to the top of the page again. There's a lot here. And if anybody would like to join me, let me know. I will pin a link here. You can join me and we can discuss it as we go through it, like we do with the rest of them. Chocolate lava cake is insane. They used to make that at the old country buffet place, and I would get a big hunk of it in a bowl, and I'd walk over to their little ice cream machine and put the vanilla ice cream on top of it. Oh my god. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Cinnamon roll swirl. Cinnamon roll swirl. Jeez, I've never even heard of that one. Now, I love cinnamon rolls. My wife makes those homemade now, too. Something new she started doing. And she makes homemade pretzels, which I love. I love the giant pretzels dipped in the, that, is it Tostitos brand? Sorry, Elisa. The Tostitos brand queso dip cheese. If you them pretzels dipped in that, those big pretzels, oh my god, guys, that's amazing. Where do you think my recipe came from? Ah, gotcha. That's funny, Alicia. Sorry. Oh, I'm sure, Zelda. I'm sure. Zelda's made all sorts of these things in here she's talked about. Okay. Again, guys, share this out if you would, please. Yes, me too, Scully. I'm a huge pretzel fan. The soft pretzels are just, I mean, I like the hard ones too, but the soft pretzels are amazing. Get them all heated up, dip them in that cheese. Shit. I could eat that all day. Especially the medium, because it's a little spicy, but it's not too bad. All right, I'm gonna start again, Tomboy. Thank you so much for making this available to me, dear. I appreciate you and Tandy. I'm sorry, Tandy. Thank you, and thank you, Tomboy, both for making this available. It's been driving me nuts that I couldn't see this. So, you guys are amazing. All right, so this is the first thing that comes up on this when we pull this up. Showing Jeffrey Talbert as the lead, I guess, on this from the state. Agency assist other 1122 King. And this is the narrative, the summary of the narrative. It says on, hold on. On November 13th of 22, of course, Moscow PD requested the Idaho State Police District 2 investigations to assist with a multiple person homicide located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Latah County, Idaho. Reports to follow. And here we go. Have you heard of a Fayetteville Slaw Burger Festival? No. Oh my God. No, Hope, but that sounds amazing. Truly it does. Shoot, I forgot. Hold on. Sorry. My apologies, you guys. I'm a dunderhead. As always. Always forgetting. I just said something and then I never did it. I was hoping Eddie might join me, if anybody else, because he usually does when I read these, and then we discuss them when we have to. At least. Okay. Cheesecake with pecan caramel sauce. God bless America, Zelda. Okay. Link is pinned at the top of the chat. Sorry, guys. And back we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, you are seriously, truly killing me, Zelda. That sounds so damn good. All right, here we go. Tandy. Moonlit, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Scully, ain't no lie, bro. That sounds, especially with a cheesecake. My God, is it with the graham cracker bottom, right? With that, Jesus, that's insane. Something else that should be illegal. That's crazy. Okay, so it said, like it said, reports to follow. Again, we have this next up. Um, it gives all the information here for the Idaho ISP Assist. I'm sorry, Detective District 3 on November 16th of 2022. 3 days after the situation happened, Idaho State Police detectives interviewed blank blank regarding multiple homicides, which took place in Moscow. The interview took place at blank in Boise, Ada County, Idaho. There he is. What is up, buddy? How are you?
Good to see you again.
Always my honor, brother. Always.
Happy Saturday, everybody.
Same to you. Same to you. Kent Corbett, welcome, my friend. Gradio 3, welcome to you. Yeah, I'm grateful to have you here, especially with these ones. These are coming from ISP, and I've heard that there's a lot more. Well, we know for a fact there's more stories. I'll just put it that way. So, just put it that way. By the way, Kent, good to see you, sir. I just wanted to congratulate you on you being named in the article that we read the other day on the Nova Scotia children. And again, I wanted to thank you for the effort and the time that you're putting into trying to help with what you're doing over there, Kent. That's amazing. I'm proud to have you in this community and knowing what you're doing with that situation. So God bless, brother. I appreciate you very much. Is your weekend going well, Eddie? I hope
it is. I've been given some thought. I don't know if these documents go over. I forget which documents it was that went over Dylan's statements, but I've been given some thought to that.
I think these are, yeah.
Okay. Well, if these are, I can hold off and share those thoughts as we get up to that point.
Yeah. Whatever works for you, bud. So the way they had this labeled out is a little different than what we saw before. It's a lot more professional, obviously. It's state police. So victim number 2, it has listed here is Kaylee Gonsalves, of course. Gives her name, race as Hispanic, and just her description of what she 5'4", sandy brown. Wait, sandy hair. I'm sorry, brown eyes and white female. Wait, not of Hispanic origin. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. My apologies. Victim number. Wait, that is what that says, right? Yeah, and she's 21 years old. Sorry, that was the important thing I was trying to get to. She was a 21-year-old at that point. Again, that date was the 16th, 17th, 16th. Okay, this next one says the 17th, which is Madison Mogan. Again, white female, date of birth, we don't need to know that. Not of Hispanic origin, blonde or strawberry blonde, eye color green, and she's 21 as well. Victim number 4 is Anna Kernodle. Again, white female, not of Hispanic origin, 20 years old. 5'4", her and Maddie both. And then Ethan James Chapin was victim number 5. Why didn't they have number 1 listed? Or did I miss that? That's weird. It didn't say number 1. It says number 2, right? Okay. They start with Kaylee as victim number 2, number 3, number 4. There's no victim number, not 1, though. That's weird. Okay. Ethan is number 5. Again, white male, not of Hispanic origin. Birth dates redacted. 6'4". It's a big boy. And he was 20 years old. So witness number 1 we have listed as nobody. Was redacted. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? 22 years old. Witness number 6. Where's the non-drug evidence? Buccal swabs from something, biological sample. That was given on the 17th of November. Data processing equipment flash drive with blank in TV audio. Hardware, software is the type of equipment that it is. Reporting officer is James Miller. I got to start writing these names down again, too, as far as the officers go. ISP officer James Miller. All right, there we go with that one. So they're going to make this a little harder. They didn't even see, that'll tell you right there. Moscow screwed up the way they tried to redact these names, and you could still kind of figure out who they were. Welcome, Carl. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you today. Okay, so this was a sample. I'm guessing this was a mouth swab from this witness. I'm guessing. It's a male witness that was 23. That's witness number 6. The first witness is a male of that's 22. So these have to be what these are, Eddie. Do you think that makes sense? That a buccal swab from the witnesses?
I think so.
That's what I was guessing at. Okay, and then we have a hard drive with in TV audio. So I'm guessing this maybe they actually recorded their interviews. That's my opinion, but all right, on down we go. Finally,
recorded the witnesses.
The interviews with the witness, maybe. Okay,
those probably be recorded.
Welcome, Stitches. Good to see you.
Dylan's might have been lost, though.
Right. Of course. Surprised. All right, so we have listed here on November 16th at approximately 3:16 p.m. Idaho State Police investigations. Lieutenant Caitlin and I interviewed blank. The interview took place at his parents' house, located at blank in Boise. Boise. I wonder if that's Showalter. Ada County, Idaho. During his interview, blank stated the following. His residence at school was blank, Moscow, Idaho. His residence is approximately 200 to 300 feet from, this sounds like it might be right, from the location of the homicide. It had been a little nerve-wracking going outside of his apartment. He knew some of the homicide victims. He knew Maddie Madison Mogan and Xana Kernodle. He had met Kaylee Gonsalves the night before the homicide, but did not realize she was one of the victims until later. He did not know the male, Ethan Chapin. So that is Showalter. And what he claimed before was that he didn't know her. So that's true. That's weird. That is
also
so
very interesting. Yeah.
Isn't it though?
Yep.
I mean, we can, like I said, it's going to take us some time, folks. And I want to stop and talk about these like we did with the other ones, because he spent 2 hours talking to her, which he's claiming that's when he met her, was the night before. But Maddie was not there. It was just him and her talking that night for 2 hours. Madison was off doing what she was doing, came back over, and then they left. So, okay.
Yeah. Tell us more about that.
Yes, that's very interesting, considering what we have also heard about Jack Showalter, about his apartment, with what they, welcome Annie Ruler, good to see you, with what they found in his apartment and the fact that he left that night in the middle of the night. I'm just curious. Welcome, Zelda. Thank you so much for that membership. I can't tell who got it. Whoever it is, welcome to the sauce. Congratulations. And you're so generous, Zelda. Thank you. Love you so much, dear. So at this point in the interview, blank mother, blank arrived home and was, so Jack Showalter, I'm going to guess, his mother arrived home, was present for the remainder of the interview. He had known Mogan since their freshman year, and they were in the same pledge class for the fraternities and sororities on campus. Mogan had dated some of blank's friends and had positive interactions with blank's girlfriend in the past. Had classes with Mogan, and they had done homework together periodically. He and Mogan had a lot of friends in common as well. He supposed he had met Gonsalves prior to that night, but did not recall specifically. Once again, that's really interesting how that's playing out, Eddie. Almost convenient that he doesn't recall or remember her. How do you not? That doesn't make sense to me.
And what's more suspicious is, unless it's in a different interview, or if or if the answer is within one of these interviews, what's more suspicious is how they don't care about that.
They should. Yes, they should. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, guys, this was November 16th. So 3 days after. They went to Boise to interview him. So they weren't going to allow for him to wait to come back from Boise. That's interesting. I'm glad they did that. But still, like Eddie said, they should be a little bit more interested in him than they seem to be. Moscow wasn't, obviously, but seems like Idaho State was. Morgan Le Fay, Stephanie. Okay. Congrats to Morgan Le Fay. Thank you for being part of the community and welcome to the sauce. And then Alicia says, then that makes me think he was talking about the other girl that was there that night. See, that's what I thought too, Alicia, but I'm imagining during the interview that they named her by her name. I would imagine, right? Like, did you know Kaylee Gonsalves, the other girl? So it's probably showed her a picture. I would think, but maybe. I could be right, Alicia. That could be right. Carl, good to see you tonight, brother. So, where did we leave? I had spoken to blah, 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 blah. Mogan was dating one of, oh wait, I went too far. He had never met Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, before. Blank heard Chapin belonged to the blank fraternity. Chapin was also a year younger than blank in school. Mogan was dating one of blank fraternity brothers, blank whom blank is a stand-up guy. Mogan's previous boyfriend was also one of blank friends and is also a nice guy. So this must be okay. So her previous boyfriend and her current boyfriend, Jake, I think his name was friends with Jack Showalter. He's also a nice guy. He and Mogan were mostly just on and off blank friends, I guess. I don't know what that means. Welcome, Adrian. Hold on. That's weird. I wonder what that blank is. Just on and off blank friends. That they would have to redact that. That's weird. Hey, Scott, good to see you, brother. Adrian?
It's almost silly.
Yeah, why the hell would you redact whatever that means? Like,
yeah, we can almost eliminate a word like good.
Good or bad. Yeah, right. That's stupid. Saturday night, November 12th, and into Sunday morning, November 13th, at the end of the game day, people went out to the bars. Jack ran into Mogan, or Showalter ran into Mogan at the corner club. Mogan and Gonsalves were going to leave the bar to go to John's Alley and asked Showalter if he wanted to go with them. On the way to John's Alley, Mogan and Gonsalves decided to get food at the grub truck instead. Showalter was at the grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back because he was not getting any food. Someone in a silver sedan, hold on a minute. That made me wonder something too. Someone in a silver sedan picked up Mogan and Gonsalves. He assumed it was one of their friends. Showalter told Mogan to have a good night. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, this is not a transcript. This is not a sworn statement. This is hearsay. This is this officer saying what was supposedly, he's claiming this was said.
Well, we visually watched. Yeah, right. And we visually watched that not happen. They took off, got in the car and left, and he threw his hands up like, what the hell? And that was the end of it and walked away. They didn't have an interaction before that happened at all. So unless he screamed it from the parking lot and nobody heard it, you know what I mean? But just saying, that's a little strange. Let's see here. Okay, so next up we have.
So in other words, we can't really trust what we're reading too much. I mean, yeah, if there is a video of it, it should mesh up to that rather closely. I don't think it's gonna exactly, but again, just take what we're going over with a grain of salt.
Yeah, because there's nothing we can't hear this on a recording. We can't watch it on a video. So it is, like Eddie said, it's basically hearsay coming from the person doing the interview and writing the report. Yeah, and Annie says the cop is supporting the narrative in your opinion, which is a good point. back to where I was.
And guys, when we get to Dylan's statement, it's really going to become apparent.
Mm-hmm. But he said good night. Showalter designated driver shift had already ended at. Wait. Oh, blank designated driver shift had already ended at approximately 2 a.m. Had a good coat on, so he walked home. He thought it took 20 to 30 minutes to walk home from the grub truck. Got home around 3 a.m. and went to bed. Blank showed on a map the way that he walked home, and the way that he described did not pass the residence of the homicide scene. Okay, so we got to stop right there. He said that he walked home and got there at 3 a.m. and went to bed. But then we were told before in another document from Moscow that he went and drove to his parents' home in the middle of the night, didn't they?
Yeah, I want to say I recall that too. I can't be for sure, but yeah, pretty much I do.
That's what I thought. Welcome, Echo. It was in the Moscow reports that we read. Years to come, they will believe cops' reports. Could you have texted? Could he have texted? Yeah, there you go. Good point, Busy. He could have sent her a text that said, "Have a good night," and that was that. But that just seems a little, because he seemed kind of irritated. I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Perhaps he went to sleep for a couple hours and then drove. Possible. Very possible. I keep losing my spot on this. Go and leave the one quick. Where was I? He assumed it was one of their friends. Got down to the bond. Got home around 3 a.m. Went to bed. Blank showed up on the map. Yeah, Sunday, November 13th. Showalter woke up around 10 a.m. to watch NFL football. He left his house, went to Floyd's, a dispensary across the border in Washington. He couldn't remember if he went to Floyd's before he started watching football, or if he started watching football, then went to Floyd's. He thought it was weird because he drove past the scene on his way to Floyd's and didn't see any police or anything out of the ordinary. Showalter drove a blank. So what the hell is going on here?
Where does he live then? At the King Road Apartments? Queen Road Apartments?
Queen Road, yeah.
Okay, so he's going to Floyd's around sometime after 10.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't notice anything.
So what are we to believe then? Do we believe that he stayed there and was there the next day, or that he went home to his parents? It said in the other reports, I'll have to go find him. Not tonight, obviously, but I'll have to go find him and read the report from Moscow where they said that he left and went to his parents' house and took the next week of school off and stayed there till after the holidays. So I'm lost completely. So I'll just, whatever. We'll just deal with that later and then keep on reading. Didn't see any police or anything out of the ordinary around 10 a.m. There was nobody there yet. During the morning, people called him to see if he knew what was going on down the street at the homicide scene. Didn't believe them and walked outside to see. Blank had to walk down the street to see the residence homicide scene. There was a rumor of an unconscious person, which seemed believable. During the group chat between the pledge classes from the fraternities and sororities, kids realized that people were missing and something more than a person passed out might have happened. Most of his chats are via Snapchat. Some of the family members of the victims started letting people know about the homicide before the news did. Huh. Okay, so this is a continued, I believe, or maybe not. Yeah. No, Blank heard a lot of people were packing up and leaving. Blank felt jumpy, even leaving his apartment and walking out to his car. He would be able to do his classes online, so he packed up the next morning, Monday, the 14th, and left. See, that's not how we were told that happened before, so, but okay. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, dearest. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a good day, Molly. Grateful to see you today. That's odd. He had only been to the residence where the homicide took place maybe once. When he did go there, he was pretty sure it was all different people living there. He heard there was a party there, and earlier that day that some of his friends went to. He lived right next door to this house too, by the way, in those Queen Road apartments. Showalter went to the corner club by himself because he had friends who went there and worked there. Blank Mogan, Showalter, Mogan, and Gonsalves were the only ones in their group who left the corner club and went to the grub truck. Of the victims, only Mogan and Gonsalves were out at the bar. Showalter believed Kernodle and Chapin were still underage. Showalter thought the car in front of their house looked similar to the one who picked them up that night. The car in front of their house. So is he talking about a silver sedan? Well, we now know. I'm curious though, because we know that the unmarked police car was a silver sedan, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So is he saying that there's a silver sedan in front of the house the following morning?
Let me go back and read it again. Showalter went to the corner club by himself because he had friends who went there and worked there. Showalter, Mogan, and Gonsalves were the only ones in their group who left the corner club and went to the grub truck. Of all the victims, blah, 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 I believe. Okay. Showalter thought that the car in front of their house.
Okay, night. The night of. Okay.
Right. Looked similar to the one who picked them up that night. It seemed like a friend that picked them up, not a random person. People usually designated drivers from their fraternities or sororities. He thought maybe Kernodle and Chapin might have picked Mogan and Gonsalves up. Showalter doesn't usually go to parties. He usually goes to the bar. He heard a rumor that there was a party at the victim's residence earlier. Kernodle sometimes would get a little crazy with partying, and Showalter, Mogan... a little crazy with partying, and Showalter, Mogan, or something. I'm sorry, and blank. Sorry about that, guys. Mogan just uses alcohol. Gonsalves, he thought, just drank alcohol only. He doesn't remember meeting Gonsalves prior to that night. Why do they keep saying that, dude? They've said that 3 times in this report so far. You realize that? He doesn't remember meeting her prior to that night.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really weird. Hey, there she is. That's our BBBB. He did not go to Africa, folks. That did not happen. Let me clarify that.
And by the way, if I seem a little distracted, it's because I'm looking for that.
Yeah.
And on my other screen. So that's why. I'm getting close, though. I'm almost there.
I gotcha. Showalter walked. What time was Dumpster Guy? 3:30. That's a good point, Annie. 3:34 or 3:35, I think. You said oh, wait a minute, Eddie. He lives at Queen Road. The ones in the top left hill. Right. And what do you mean you stand corrected, Alicia? Did I miss something, or do I need to back up or something? I took it to be Gower both times. Okay, but I thought Gower owned a red vehicle. Is that true or false? Maybe I'm wrong. He didn't even go to Boise that night. Well, they put it in a report, SRB. That's what I don't understand with this. It's odd. This is all weird.
I found it, by the way.
Okay.
I wish I had the series number of this report.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you do, is there one on top of it possibly, Eddie, or no?
I'm trying to scroll back. It's in video form, so
okay.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to grab that, because sometimes the content creator goes right to the narrative and they skip over that part.
Yeah, right.
I'll try though.
If you have it though, we'll get back to it and come back to it to remember that. That's a good point. I appreciate you finding that. Nope, sound silver sedan, and that's what I thought too, Tomboy. It was like a Prius or something. I swear I remember hearing that somewhere. Yes, Rosie's, their car was in where Maddie Mogan's jacket was. That it kept stopping there in front of that. Remember, they kept saying that I think even Bob even pointed that out, that car kept going back and being parked in that spot for sure.
Just a spoiler, on 11/14 at about 22:42, so that'd be 10:42 p.m. Dispatch advised they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. This is Payne talking.
Right, go ahead.
My phone briefly started to ring, but then it suddenly stopped. For some reason, the call was forwarded to voicemail before I could answer. When the voicemail came through to my phone, I learned it was from JS. The voicemail said, "Hey, how's it going? My name is JS. My phone number is, I just wanted to make a statement to you guys." And I'll just leave it. I'll just trail off right there. There's more to it. And what I'll do is I'll mute my mic and try to see if this content creator said the series number of this report in the introduction of the video. So,
right.
Okay.
That's why I tried to do that too. That way somebody could always go back and reference that number and find it. So welcome, Michael. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, this is interesting already, folks. Already interesting. We saw a dumpster guy get out of a white BMW, nice sedan. Well, there was two dumpster guys. So just saying, not 100% sure. Saw a video a while back, Maddie yelling, "Hi, Remy Rosie." Oh, okay. I have not seen that, Hope. Thank you guys again for joining us, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way through that door and share this out, please and thank you. One second, folks. I got somebody just walked in here. Give me one quick sec.
And while Dago is away, I found it's a bit blurry, but it looks like the sequence number of this report it could be 13. And I stand corrected. It is not Brett Payne. It is David Hathaway who wrote the report. The report was written on the 15th, and he's referencing the events about this phone call message that JS left him on the 14th, late at night on the 14th. And again, that sequence number is really blurry. I really can't even see it. Let me try something else.
All right, sorry about that. Like I said, guys, there's a bunch of people at my house outside, so I had to move it around a little bit. You just DoorDash cheese. All that talking we were doing. Now you got one, bro. I got you. And a red velvet. So I wish I could share it with you guys, but I can't. All right, what were you saying there, Eddie? I heard you in the background, but I couldn't clearly hear you.
Yeah, I found the sequence number, but it's very blurry. So I know it starts with a 1. It could be a 13, looks like.
Okay.
And I stand corrected. It was David Hathaway that wrote this report.
Okay.
Not Payne.
Gotcha.
So JS was leaving a voicemail to David Hathaway.
And in the voicemail, if I remember correctly, and the way the report read, those that he had called from his parents' house that he had left in the middle of the night to go to, and that's when he gave the information that he gave, from my understanding.
It could be, yeah. And I didn't get through reading enough of it to know how it all,
Right. No, you're good. You're good. I will go back and find it. If it's probably in the teens in there, there's only a few, and I'll be able to find that.
That's yeah.
Perfect,
there you go.
Eddie. Perfect. Good stuff. Okay. So there's a note taken, folks. We will go back to that at some point here and pull this up as well. So on we go. After the incident, he heard once again. They've said this 3 to 4 times in this report already. He doesn't remember meeting Gonsalves prior to that night. That something's weird with that to me. I'm sorry. After the incident, he heard rumors of Gonsalves having a stalker. Any girl who belonged to the blank sorority should know about stalker information. Mogan and Gonsalves, he believed, both belonged to this blank sorority, which is not true. They were in separate sororities. Um, Showalter had an ex-girlfriend that he was trying to get back together with. For most of the past few years, he had a girlfriend who went to a different school. So he hadn't been hanging out with a lot of people regularly. Showalter had no idea who could have committed these homicides. Usually, the craziest thing that happens are people getting MIPs and DUIs. Okay. He hadn't heard any rumors about why this could have happened. He thought the only reason someone might have acted out like this is for love. Okay. He heard there are videos of him at the grub truck with Mogan and Gonsalves. The grub truck live streams video on Twitch TV. News outlets have identified him from that video and have called him probably hoodie guy. Showalter left Moscow Monday morning around noon. Okay, see, that's Monday at noon, which would be the 15th. Yes. 14th. Yeah, 14th. Sorry. Okay. He traveled home by way of Ontario, Oregon, instead of New Meadows because he doesn't like driving through the mountains. With consent, I collected buccal swabs from blank blank. Had no apparent injuries to his hands, forearms, neck, head, or neck areas. The interview ended at approximately 4:02 p.m. For complete details, review audio recording of interview. I would love to hear that. The buccal swabs and the audio recording of the interview were submitted into evidence under tag number. I'm writing that down just in case. 220004140 as item 1 and 2. Okay. You gonna say something there, bud?
Yeah, my thoughts are if that video exists of the interview, it would I think we would be able to determine who we're more suspicious of, the person being interviewed or the detective.
The interviewee, yes.
Yeah.
Or interviewer, sorry. Right. Good point. That was interesting. So, and if we ever do get access, I'm definitely going to be looking into that one. That's why I wrote that down. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. Next up, we have, this is again November 18th. Ryan Hoxie. This is administrative info, Detective Sergeant District 3. Supplement transfer complete. Successful interview. On November 17th of 2022, Idaho State Police Detective Lieutenant Catlin and Detective Sergeant Hoxie conducted an interview with blank. The interview was in reference to the murder of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana, and Ethan Chapin, which occurred at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th. The interview took place in front of blank residence located at blank Boise, Idaho. And again, it shows victim number 2, Madison May Mogan. Witness number 1, blank. Birth date is 95, age 27. That's a 27-year-old. Interesting. Okay. Where's the... Hold on. Again, we have the buccal swabs taken from, I'm guessing, this witness as well. 95, okay. And also we have interview, the audio. There's audio for this too. Radio, TV, home electron. Okay, that's what this is all explaining. So on November 17th at approximately 1:02 p.m., Idaho State Police Detective Lieutenant Catlin and I guess it's Caitlin, and I'm sorry, and I conducted an interview with blank. The interview was in reference to the murder of the Idaho 4, which occurred in 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho on November 13th of 22. The interview took place in front of blank residence located at blank Boise, Idaho. Blank reported the following during the interview. On November 12th at 2022, he woke up, stated watching college football, and then went to the gym. His roommate, blank, had a dart tournament at the Moose Lodge. which is next door to the Corner Club, at approximately 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. He went to the Moose Lodge and started drinking. Moose Lodge had a veteran special, and they were at Moose Lodge until 9 p.m. And then they went to Mingle's Bar and Grill for about an hour. After Mingle's, they went to the Corner Club, but at this point in the evening, he was intoxicated. He did not remember getting kicked out of the Corner Club and did not know why he was kicked out. Cole Berenberg. He's the one that got kicked out, if I remember correct. So I'll write that down just to be safe. Okay. At approximately 11:21, he and Madison. So that says something in itself right there. Let me back up. Thank you, Tomboy. And Beach Babe, good to see you. So we know that Cole was kicked out, but he's claiming that he doesn't even know why he was kicked out. Which tells me he must have been very highly intoxicated.
Or he doesn't want to say.
Or he doesn't want to say, right. It says he was intoxicated, so that says that too. And he doesn't remember things. That's interesting too, but it is what it is. At approximately 11:21 p.m., he and Madison Mogan took a picture together while they were at the Corner Club. Mogan sent it in a group text to blank. Also sent with the photo was a message saying, "Get to the club," blank. He didn't remember taking the photo with Mogan and didn't remember who Mogan was with. I'm sorry. This was also the first time he'd seen Mogan outside of class and school projects. And he's 27. So yeah, I think she's right. That's Berenberg. He didn't remember much from the evening, but said that he walked home from the Corner Club. His address is blank, 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 Moscow, Idaho. His roommate, blank, got home around 1:30 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. His other roommate, blank, blank, told him he got home about 30 minutes before. Wait a minute. What was that? 1:30 to 1:40. So that's about roughly the same time that they got picked up from the grub truck. Okay. Told him that he got home about 30 minutes before blank, approximately 1 a.m. And that was the end of the night for him. His roommates are blank, blank, and blank. Blank were a couple. On November 13th to 22, he woke up at approximately noon. He learned of the incident through a vandal alert student email that afternoon, which explained the situation an hour after receiving the first vandal alert. He received another, which told him there was no suspect and to remain vigilant. I'm sorry. A third vandal alert was sent out that evening while he was at work, which had details of how many victims there were. Okay.
There's a lot of extraneous information in these. I mean, why? What's the purpose of writing something like that at the end?
Right. That's interesting.
It's like writing about the things that don't matter for the sake of, filling up the sheet and giving a good look about it.
All right. Yeah. Good point, bud. Good point. Interesting. 1 second, Eddie. My wife just sent me a message. I'm sorry. Okay.
And again, not that I'm suspicious of any of the people attending college. That's not where I go with any of this.
Right. No, I got you. I do. I understand. All right. He received another, was told him there was no suspect and no to remain. A third van was sent out that evening, while he was at work, which had details of how many victims there were. Okay. He didn't know Mogan was one of the victims until Monday afternoon when he received an email from his professor of marketing. Blank, he, Mogan, and blank are in marketing at the university and work together on grow projects. They were working on a project for blank, which was a cafe in town Mogan worked for. Okay, so we know what that is then. When they worked on projects together, they would meet and work in basement of Albertson's building on campus. He hadn't ever been to Mogan's house and didn't know until recently where she lived. He worked at blank in Moscow and has worked for blank for 8 years in total. As he transferred colleges, he moved stores with blank. His boss said the store carried old K-bar knives, but they were an older clearance item. He didn't know what kind of sheath a K-bar knife would come in. Okay, that's interesting. He didn't know Kaylee Gonsalves and didn't remember seeing her at the corner club. He didn't know any of the victims besides Mogan. Mogan was the only person from the house he spoke with. It was mainly related to class projects. He only talked to Mogan approximately 4 or 5 times throughout the school year. They mainly used text messaging to communicate. He read us the group text that he, Mogan, and blank used. The last text from Mogan was the photo and text message at the corner club. Blanks responded the following day, which was the last in the thread. He was attending his semester at the university and thought Mogan was going to finish in 2023. He started college at Treasure Valley Community College, transferred to Utah Tech University, and from 2017 to 19, he started attending the University of Idaho. In 19, he joined the Army Reserve as a culinary specialist. After 2 years, he went back to the University of Idaho to finish his schooling. Culinary specialist. Most of those guys have knives. Lots of them. Just like Harsh did. He never heard any issues Mogan had with anyone. He did not know if Mogan used any narcotics. They never spoke of anything personal. He didn't have a car and walked wherever he needed to go around the campus, and he rode the bus home to Boise and borrowed his brother's pickup while he was in town. Blank did not have any injuries on his hands, arms, or face. I'm glad that they threw that in there. Yeah, it's Cole Berenberg, for those of you that aren't familiar. Welcome, Bammy. Good to see you guys tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Please hit the like button on the way in. At approximately 1:38, at approximately 1:36, blank consented to DNA sample. Idaho State Police Detective Millar arrived on scene, collected DNA sample from blank, which I took custody of and submitted it into evidence for processing at approximately 1:38 p.m. We concluded the interview. So there's buccal swabs from this person. Again, there's your tag number. Signed off by Ryan Hoxie. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Any thoughts or anything before we move on? Go ahead.
Just a quick thought is, how many of these reports are there from ISP?
There's a few, quite a few, yeah.
I haven't had a chance watching any other creators go over them, so I don't have a head start. So I don't know, what to anticipate. But do any of them get into like a interview with Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I believe that's the one that Enton read. Okay.
Okay.
So, sorry. All right.
The reports and stuff that are coming at us, it's almost like it's such a breakneck speed that here and there might be something that is like worthy of really examining, and we could kind of be pulled away from doing so by distributing our attention across so many things like these, that are in the end insignificant.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. Let's see what this one here is.
Of course, the trick there is how do you know which ones are inconsequential before you go over it?
Before you get to it, right? Certain ones, certain things in here, I probably will skip past at first, but so this next one, I'm not going to read through all this. This next one, this was Detective Gooch. Says on November 17th, Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch and Moscow PD Department Sergeant Dustin Blaker together interviewed blank at her residence in blank Boise, Ada County, Ada County, Idaho blank an attorney in Moscow, Latah County, Idaho. So there was an attorney available for that. And this was recorded by Gooch and Blaker. So I'm not, there's
her third interview then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because she was, didn't she give a statement right outside of the home that morning? And then later that day at Moscow Police Department?
And then she went ahead and did it with ISP. Yes, that's true. There was 4 total that we knew about from Moscow. We'll say that. So then we have this one here too that'll be coming from ISP. And then I'm sure that there was an interview with the FBI at some point too. So there's quite a few of them. And we've heard different stories in almost every one of them, Eddie. That's the problem. So
that's what, that's we need to do like a serious look at the differences.
Yes, that's something I planned on doing, was getting them all together, breaking them down and going over them back to back to back and showing where the differences are and what changes and what doesn't. You know what I mean? So once again.
Yeah, that would be a whole live stream.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, it's a whole show by itself. So, interview had been downloaded onto the thumb drive on November 18th, and the thumb drive was maintained in my sole care and custody until entered into evidence on November 20th. Blank stated the following: she is a sophomore at the University of Idaho studying pre-physical therapy. She has been a University of Idaho student for both years, freshman and this year. She had been residing at the residence where this incident occurred since August of 22. Her friend Blank and she moved into the residence, and the other female roommates she knew that through their sorority, Blank, Maddie, and Xana, prior to this year, and had also met Kaylee before, but Kaylee belonged to another sorority. She explained Kaylee was a senior in school. She described Xana as being a year older than herself. She also described 2 additional friends, Blank and Blank, but they were not residents in the house. Blank explained Blank introduced her to Xana last year. Both Blank and Blank reside in Blank apartments at apartment complex on campus that houses sorority members. She described the layout of their residence and where each of the roommates resided, paraphrased based on the Blank description of the residence. When you walk in, there is a door. There is downstairs with a bathroom and with a bathroom and Blank bedroom. When you walk into the door, there's a hallway with her bedroom and the kitchen and the sliding door. And upstairs is Kaylee's room and a bathroom and Maddie's room. Xana is on the same floor as her bedroom. This is Dylan. Okay. Initially, she was asked to describe what the girls did on the 12th of November, but she described there was a ball on Friday, which is what she went to get Kaylee and bring her back for, guys. Sorry. That was on November 11th of 22, a Pi Blank sorority ball, which she briefly attended. She explained that she started drinking at 4:30 p.m. on the 11th. She described the individuals at the ball, including all her roommates, as well as Ethan and his blank, and their dates, who were Fiji fraternity members, and blank date blank. Okay. Kaylee Gonsalves was Dylan's date for the ball, or Mortensen, I should say. Mortensen described how she got home on Friday night by using an Uber from the Pi Blank ball to their residence. She explained that she and her roommates normally have Blank as their Uber driver, but not on the night of the 11th. She does not remember the name of the Uber driver on Friday night. This was around 8:30 p.m. She explained that she and the roommates trust Blank. This must be Gower. She advised that the party initially transitioned to the Blank, but she got bored and wanted to go home. It was she, Maddie, and Xana, and Ethan regarding the roommates who attended the ball. Eventually, a group from the Blank Pi event transitioned to Blank and the other roommate's house. And there was a party that continued there until the early morning hours of November 12th. So that was the party the night before that, over 100 people. Okay. Welcome, Ashley. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. And Bianca, wonderful to see you, Miss Bianca. Thank you for being here. And anybody else that I don't see or I didn't see, welcome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Please hit the like button and share it out, guys. I appreciate it very much. Okay, so she requested to look at her cell phone during this point in the interview to verify the timeline. She was advised she could use her cell phone to provide times during her interview. She advised that the other individuals that came to the house on Friday night were blank initially. She said it was blank, but corrected herself to say it was not blank, but blank blank, who came to the house, and blank as well as herself. They were consuming large amounts of alcohol and playing music. She went to bed a little after 12:10 a.m. and then added that she went to bed sometime between 12:10 and 12:30 a.m. that morning, November 12th. Eventually, she advised Maddie Mogan came home and eventually Kaylee, but she was not certain about where Kaylee was when she went to bed. She then explained on Saturday morning, November 12th, at approximately 12:15 p.m. that she then corrected the time to 11:44. So that's a half-hour difference. The roommates went together to get coffee and the store to get more alcohol. They still had champagne from the previous weekend, which was, she explained, was the U of I Parents Weekend. She explained the plans for that Saturday night included a blank Chi fraternity party on campus. Blank explained that explained that Kaylee was not going to this function because she was a senior, and typically seniors do not attend the fraternity functions on campus because they are old enough to go to the local clubs. Mortensen explained that she was going to the blank Chi party. Further explained at one point, Maddie was at this function but left the function to go to the club with Kaylee. They were all at the house together at 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 12th. Mortensen stated that Kaylee decided to go and take a nap, and Mortensen, Maddie, Xana, blank, and she were on the couch watching a movie. Mortensen explained they were all together Saturday afternoon at the house, and they all decided to take naps, and each of the girls set their alarms for 8 p.m. Mortensen believes that Ethan may have come over to the house at this time, but she was not certain if this is the time that Ethan came over, or if he showed up at a different time. Mortensen explained that she had an assignment due in her Psychology 215 course, so she posted the assignment at approximately 10:12 p.m. She believes she then left the house at approximately 10:30 Saturday night. When Mortensen left the house, Kaylee was still there with one of her friends. However, Mortensen does not know the friend's name. She described the friend was female and was nice. That's helpful. After leaving the house, she saw Maddie between their residence and the blank, and Maddie was holding a box of White Claws while she was walking towards their house. She advised that she talked to Maddie, and then Mortensen continued to the blank Chi function. She believed that Maddie was going back to their residence to get ready to go to the club with Kaylee. Sergeant Blaker asked Mortensen to give more details about the route that she took when she encountered Maddie, and she provided those details in this interview. She explained that when she got to the blank Chi function that she wanted to meet up with Xana and blank, and she called Xana on her cell phone to find out which apartment they were in. And she was told that they were in, apartment blank. Others who were at apartment blank at this time were Ethan, blank, Xana, blank, 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 blank. Explained that she and blank were going in and out of the fraternity lodge together for part of the night. Blank explained that there were not a lot of people at this function. She further explained after she met up with blank and the two of them, they went to blank apartment. She was with Ethan, Chapin, and Xana during the part of the night, and blank explained that Ethan had been trying to get in contact with Maisie, blank, because she had been upset about something and he was worried about her. That's new. But blank did not know what the issue was. She remembered blank told her brother, that she had not been answering her cell phone because she had been sleeping. She described Ethan as being very, very protective of his sister, as always, as protective with all the roommates. I'm sorry, as always, yeah. The group of them went to visit Blank, who she previously met through Xana, and Blank was also there, including she Blank and Blank, 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 and Blank were also there as well as Blank and Blank. Blank. Jesus. When asked how much alcohol she had consumed, she explained that she had been playing Rage Cage, which she described was a drinking game, and when she awakened from her nap, she consumed 3 White Claws with an alcoholic content of 5%. She denied there was any drug use and stated that Xana and Ethan used, I'm going to guess, Adderall. She advised neither Maddie or Kaylee did drugs, and she explained that she nor Blank never touched that stuff. Okay. She described the alcohol used at Blank and Blank residence, which included Blank consuming a whole Borg, which I don't know what that is, folks, so I'm sorry. A Borg is an alcoholic beverage which requires taking an empty gallon container and filling it halfway with water, adding vodka and enough Mio, the flavors, to make the taste of vodka disappear. The cocktail is often referred to as a Borg, but the nickname doubles as an acronym that stands for the drink's full name, Blackout Rage Gallon. Jesus. Wow. Okay. Nice. Interesting. That's a new one for me. Davey Dwight, welcome. Thank you for joining us. David Bird, welcome, my friend. Joanne, welcome back. Good to see you. Okay. So Gower's wife and child were at it, so we'll find that out too. Okay. Welcome, Rach. Good to see you. Anybody else I haven't spoke to yet, I will catch up. I promise. Thank you for being here. 82 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit the like button, folks, and share this out. Where we standard blackout range down. She described Blank Blank as being extremely intoxicated, that she had continued to consume alcohol, and because of Blank intoxicated condition, Blank advised she invited Blank to come back to her residence with her to watch movies. And because of Blank's intoxicated condition, she called a sober bro, which she described is involving a sober freshman fraternity member who is designated driver for fraternity, and sorority members who are consuming alcohol to drive them to their homes safely. So we do know from the other reports that David Baracoa was that guy that night driving the sober brother, I guess that's what he said, driving people around. I think it was till 4 something a.m. I believe. Thank you, Rach. Okay, so she advised that it was only she and Blank that went back to the residence using the sober bro. She did not believe anyone else was home. When the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:15 and 1:30. November 13th, she was intoxicated, and because of that, she does not remember what time it actually was, but she believed it was between the 2 times mentioned. I thought he was too, SRB, but yeah, I guess he's a freshman. She further advised that she made popcorn in the kitchen, and okay, so that's that L that we don't know who L is, watched the Vampire Diaries together. Approximately 20 minutes later, Blank returned home. The 3 of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. I think that's Bethany. She believes Blank may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time Blank and Blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when Blank may have left or when Blank went to bed. At approximately 2 or 2:30 a.m., she awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck food. They had mac and cheese, which Blank explains they normally got. All 4 of them were together, which included Blank, Maddie, and Kaylee. Now, hang on. So that would be Mortensen, Funk, Maddie, and Kaylee. Okay. Blank advised that they were taking selfie videos. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open and she did not see them. And she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact. And then she said she was certain she saw their door was open and that they were not home. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting Gower, the Uber driver. Mortensen looked at her phone to determine what time she had texted Gower, the Uber driver. She said her phone said 3:10 a.m. Hold on. Freeze right there. Oh, maybe they fixed it here. Hold on. Because we were told that was 2:10. Welcome, Jen. Good to see you. But okay, so they do fix it on. I got too excited. But after further discussion, Mortensen admitted that she was confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. And Blank explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of this issue. Specifically during this interview referencing Boise time instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow when these events were occurring on the 13th of November. Well, go ahead, Eddie.
They're trying to fudge that hour.
It kind of sounds that way. A cell phone would show the correct time, right?
Yes, it would.
That's my thought. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. That's what I thought. She explained that she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends. She advised if there is a lack of texting communications on her cell phone, it is because they had transitioned to using the Snapchat app for her method of communication. She advised her login information with Snapchat is blank and her password is either blank. She denied knowing her roommates' passwords to their cell phones. While they were together, they talked about ordering grub truck and she texted Gower, the Uber driver, at approximately 3:10. She explained that she texted to Gower, "Are you driving by chance?" At approximately 3:13 a.m., Gower texted her back. She then went to bed. She does not believe Gower ever came to their house because she never responded to his text about the fact that he was still driving. She advised Blank Gower, the Uber driver, is in his 30s and is married, has one child. She advised all of the girls knew and liked him. Mortensen advised that she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more Vampire Diaries episodes or if she went to sleep. She was not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain if she locked the sliding door because she was the only one who usually did, but she also volunteered in her statement that she believed Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding glass door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed ahead of the other roommates. She explained that she previously had a lot of dreams where she had been kidnapped in her dreams, and she further explained that these types of dreams started in high school and that she knew they were dreams and she would let those things happen in her dreams because wait, what? She knew they were dreams and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. She advised that she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. Well, then there's nothing previous to this as compared to what everybody else was saying. Interesting. The explanation of that dream thing makes no sense, but okay, that didn't need to be added to this. I'm just saying. She was asked to explain the amount of alcohol she had consumed before going to bed, and she again explained while she was playing Rage Cage, which included the White Claws, part of Blank Borg, and maybe 2 or 3 more drinks. The White Claws at Blank House. She denied drinking after she left Blank House. She advised she had been consuming the alcohol until approximately 1:15 to 1:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. She denied drinking any more alcohol after she and Blank got back to their residence. At 4:22 a.m., she confirmed this information by looking at the texted communication on a cell phone. She texted Kaylee asking her what's going on. She advised her phone said 5:22, which she advised would have been 4:22 Moscow time. See, that makes no sense to me. Somebody explain this to me. Now, a cell phone corrects itself for whatever it is, right?
Yes.
It automatically does that, I thought. Mine always does. On daylight savings, my phone fixes itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just wake up and it's already that way.
That's what I thought. It's corrected by location. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. One more time. So once again, what the shit? So she's saying it's at 5:22 a.m., which she advises is 4:20. Nah, something's not right. That's crazy. I doubt that, Tom Jones. Welcome, by the way. She advises that around 4 a.m. or 4:20 a.m., she heard Kaylee sing. Oh, 1 second, folks. My wife's. Okay, so she advised around 4 or 4:20 a.m. She heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she thought believed Kaylee walking up the stairs, and Mortensen advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," and she sounded frantic. Mortensen described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling it. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. Mortensen advised that she had been a whole bunch of blank. She does not believe that Murphy is normally a barker. You don't believe. Okay. She further stated that she believed it was Kaylee who was running down the stairs after she heard her say, "Someone is here." She further explained that she does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk and did not actually hear any of this. I don't like that excuse. I'm sorry. She heard the footsteps of who she believes to be Kaylee. She explained all the girls wear Doc Martens, and that is what she believed she was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing her Doc Martens because of the sound of the footsteps coming down the stairs. Blank called blank at 4:19 a.m. Then Xana at 4:20, Kaylee at 4:20, and then blank again at 4:20 a.m. Blank advised blank told her about seeing fireworks. That would be Bethany. Jen says the only one wearing Docs was Maddie. That's okay. This hour ahead thing's killing me though, because like I said, cell phones correct themselves based on your location, and that to me is bullshit. Okay, so Bethany told her about seeing fireworks. She texted Bethany a second time at 4:27 before she went to. Oh, I'm sorry. She texted somebody a second time at 4:27 before she went to Bethany's room. Mortensen then explained when she first opened the door, and she said that she did not see anyone. The second time when she opened the door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying, and Mortensen believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. She then heard a male voice, which she stated she had never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Mortensen believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom and with the person who was crying. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying. Mortensen stated that now she has gathered additional information that she now believes it was probably Xana who was crying at the moment of hearing the crying, She stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's voice. Way too many different stories. No lie, SRB. She described the last episode of Vampire Diaries, and she remembered it was two males rescuing a female. She says, okay, stop right there. So you could remember watching Vampire Diaries. You can remember what happened in the episode of Vampire Diaries, but you can't remember whether or not you for sure heard this or if it was a dream. Am I the only person that think that's a little off? Thinks that's a little bit off, in my opinion.
And guys, it's not her fixing it and adjusting it. It's
law enforcement.
Yeah, somehow they have communicated with her that it needs to be said in a certain way. Because if you were to follow her statements, you would see that it over time, with time, it adjusts to something that is less suspicious,
right?
More benign.
Yeah, like I said, this was stated before, folks, and I think hell, Pavarotti put a video out on this too, stating the same thing, that law enforcement, that what these girls said to an extent is correct, but law enforcement took and twisted this as many ways as they can, completely away from what was actually said. That's a problem, folks. That's a huge problem. Rach, do dreams count as real life in Idaho? You got to ask that question too, Rach. Good point. Yeah, Ellie cherry picked from drunk recollections. This is crazy, y'all. Hey, Bobby, good to see you, bud. Yeah, that's another thing too, Fizzy. Good point. To be frank, Dago, that happens nearly every episode. Oh, okay, not that one. I'm sorry. I grabbed the wrong. Sorry, where'd it go? There it is. Rach said it's always the dreams that they take as facts. Emily's, hers, this is more than once. Yes, they did the same thing with Emily. If you remember that the Dateline thing. Okay. Once again. All right, back to where I was. I lost my spot. And how do you know who was wearing that? They were all wearing Doc Martens. That's something else I was a little weirded out by, but whatever. And now we're seeing fireworks. Okay, that too, which we heard that before, but it wasn't listed as fireworks. But anyway, then she explained she burst open the door. She opened the door. She heard what she believed to be Kaylee. Okay, we're down here now. She has gathered additional information that she now believes it was probably Xana who was crying at the moment of hearing the crying. Like Eddie said, guys, that's not her changing that or fixing that. That's law enforcement that said, no, that wouldn't make sense. You heard Xana crying, not Kaylee. So remember that, folks. She was advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's again. She described the last episode. That's what kills me right there. Anyway, moving on. It was two males rescuing a female. She explained it was nonviolent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but Mortensen explained that was normal for the series. She was not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the first time she opened her door, but she advised it was possible he was barking. But Murphy was moving away from the house. Wait, what? She described Murphy was a puppy and Kaylee had Mortensen had just met him in August. She could not describe Murphy as being skittish. What does that mean? Is she described he's moving away from the house? That they were moving away to Texas, or that they was moving away as he was barking from outside the house? That's weird. Okay. It does too, Scully. I agree. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to see you. I didn't think Doc Martens were popular again, by the way. We wore those when I was in school. Where would she advised she opened and closed her door a total of 3 times. And the 4th time is when she left her room to go downstairs to Bethany's room. Mortensen advised that she continued to call and text her roommates, but received no answers. She provided the times she called and texted her roommates and the time span. She advised would have been between 4:20 and 4:27 a.m. She advised that she never thought about an intruder, and in her mind, she stated she was not processing what was occurring as threatening. Okay, that's interesting. She advised that she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. She advised that she did not believe the male was directing that statement to her. Okay. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. Freeze right there. What? And why did we not hear that before? First off, hey, Meg, Megastar, and Tom Jones, good to see you. So that's new. That's a new statement, okay? At least to us. So she says that it's possible that the male knew her and didn't want to harm her. Yo, what the hell? Okay, Eddie, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised that they would, share that bit with us. That doesn't really work with their, what they want us to believe.
Right, and protect her from what or who? That's interesting. That's real interesting. I'm going to read that one more time just to make sure I'm reading it right. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. And she said she understood that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. Of course she did. Huh.
So, okay. So that can go both ways. Our initial reaction could be, well, that kind of goes against their narrative.
Right.
But in a way, it kind of is part of their narrative. It kind of is like them just like hypothesizing. Well, it could have been, they're trying to explain it away, because again, she remained alive. And how do you explain that? So
right.
She don't know, but maybe it could be this.
Yeah, and like SRB said, why would one or anybody even think that's possible? See, that's interesting. Well, it is, Rach. Every bit of this, like Eddie said, I'm going to say at least 75% of this is, in my opinion, 100% Ellie's wording. Absolutely, law enforcement has reworded this and twisted and turned everything from these people that they did. Have a good night, Scully. Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you very much. Wow. Interesting. Welcome, Michelle F. Good to see you. Candy Girl. Welcome. Yep, that's a good point, KP. Ann Taylor wanted Dylan and her father's phone data for a reason. Interesting. And what did you say, Miss Meg? Shouldn't Dylan be thanking BK for... yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Mittens for Kittens, welcome to you. It almost makes you wonder with that whole little thing that Bill said he was protecting Dylan from having to look at Brian. It makes you think about that in a different way, possibly. Ashley K, good to see you. Thank you guys for joining us, guys. 121 of you guys in here. Please make sure to hit that like button so we can get this in that algorithm just in case we haven't. Right. Well, this is interesting. And what's interesting about this is none of this in this aspect was worded through Moscow's reports, folks. So that tells you there were changes all over the place. Tom Jones just said these statements are like a glimpse into a schizophrenic's mind. That's a good point, my friend. Just give the girl money and don't ask questions. Right. Right. Thank you, David. That's a good point too. So, Yoy. Mortensen further explained that she Snapchatted Ethan, but received no answer from Ethan. Mortensen thought Ethan was still either at blank Kai or was at home. She was not certain. The third time that Mortensen opened her door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy, but she advised she saw of course it was conveniently. She saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black and they were masked. And he was holding an item of what she initially perceived was a vacuum, but she said that did not make sense to her. She described the suspect as not being muscular, but being skinny and toned, like a basketball player. She further described him as being taller than 5'10", frame by at least 3 inches, so he would have been 6 foot in height. She advised that he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room. So she yelled out to them, she's saying here, and why did he not come to her when she did that? That's okay, I got it.
So real quick, 2 things I noticed. Although she can identify the real perpetrators, they needed her to not be able to.
Understood.
The other thing is, I can swear that her first or second, maybe both, I don't recall which it was, one of her statements said that the person she saw was 5'10".
Yeah,
Notice,
that was the initial in the PCA too.
Yeah. Notice this one, how it wants to bump that height taller.
Yep, exactly. What's happening? Legendary's in the house. Good to see you. It is, Eddie. And at some point, I do remember one of these. She did say something about the person being muscular. I do believe. And Carrie Perstula's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Done one. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Legendary. We've missed you here. And Boston's in the house. Good to see you, Boston. Thank you for being here as well. Joanne, anybody else I've missed, guys, thank you so much for being here. God bless. Appreciate you guys joining us for this. But if she'd have called 911 at that point, maybe, yeah, good point, Carrie. That's a huge point. I agree. So the fact that she's stating here that he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, meaning she yelled out to them. Okay. That's never been stated before, but okay. The only thing we heard slightly close to that was at some point we were told that she yelled out to shut the F up to somebody or something like that because of the noise that was being put out there. Interesting. So, she described the item the suspect was holding, which she advised was like a cylinder. And she remembered a cop talking about a bow. So she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact shaped like a bow. Mortensen further stated that she thought that maybe it was a firefighter because of what Blank told her about seeing a firecracker. This is dumb. She advised that he would have been approximately, hold on one sec. Where'd it go? She advised that he would have been approximately 3 feet away from her, and she believed she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. He had looked at her before walking out the back door. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. A cylinder.
So they're trying to minimize what they know they saw. They saw a firearm.
Right. Of some sort, right.
Dylan heard the gun go off, I'm sure. Bethany has admitted to hearing it going off in a statement. Well, but they need them to be, useful idiots that don't know anything. That's the role that they need them to play. Good point. For this thing to work.
We were told at some point, guys, I remember hearing somewhere that the thoughts of a beanbag gun. Now, a beanbag gun, just so you know, I'm not saying that's what this is, but it is a cylinder. It literally, I think I showed you guys. They're short, stubby. It's round like this, and it looks like a pipe per se with a thing on it. So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind if that were to end up being true. I'm just saying, but it definitely doesn't look like a vacuum cleaner. So
we have to squash that here and now. Pav has put the work in by using deduction. We can't even entertain such as that. I'll stop short in calling it a silly notion because that's kind of insulting, but it's a firearm.
Like an actual gun.
Yeah, it was a firearm. There's no way around it.
Well, I'm only
can't make an argument for it to be anything else. It just won't hold.
Well, it makes sense. And like I said, I looked into that whole thing because that was a big deal, right? The beanbag thing. It does have muzzle flash. And I thought, okay. But if you hear something that sounds like fireworks, firecrackers, multiple snaps, that's going to be what I would imagine a semi-automatic assault rifle type scenario. So that's what Paul did put out there, folks. So, and it does make sense. Okay. You know, pop, 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 pop. It sounds like firecrackers, period. So, but we don't know 100% for sure, but it does definitely sound, if we base it on what we hear, there's flash, then there's the firecracker sound. It kind of does give that, it opens that door to that. I'll say that. And it does fit. I'll just say it fits. Welcome, Bobby. Good to see you.
By the way, Dylan, so in this report that I'm reading,
yes,
that I'm sure we all have gone over by now at least once, but I'll just refresh everyone's memory. At the end of the interview, Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise Bethany described as a loud boom, but I did not hear it. So if that isn't, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know,
right?
And if you take her at her word, what I'm saying is that the way, if you were to be able to close your eyes and view this in your mind, the way that plays out, it is absolutely she heard it.
Yeah.
The way the detective, is there anything else you want to share? I just want to reiterate that I didn't hear that, right? I mean,
yep.
Because that doesn't work. If I heard that, then, it doesn't work for me. And of course it doesn't work for MPD. So
sure. Definitely interesting. Definitely
so yeah, it basically is an admission for you to hear it.
Right.
And that's why they so desperately need it to be, something harmless. The firework.
Got you. Right. That bingo, Eddie. Rachel just said, in my opinion, they made all these facts not add up so that it gave them plenty of options of a narrative to fit any suspect, situation, timeline. That's a good point, Rach, and it does make some sense. It's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, yeah, they do have the ability, Candy, to put a bayonet on the end of any gun. If it has the clip for it, then that's all you have to do. So, interesting. I know what you're saying, brainstorming. No worries, dear. That's what it's all about, guys. Think tank. It's what we do. So, back to that part. I don't know why the bow thing got brought into effect because the bow doesn't look anything like that. That's ridiculous to me. But anyway, I think that's part of the plan. Further stated, she thought it may be a firefighter. That's dumb too. She advised that we got past that. Anyway, at 4:22, I guess we're supposed to pay attention to this part, I was told. At 4:22 a.m., then Mortensen corrected her time and stated 4:23. She advised that she texted blank and they conversed about, Bethany, and they conversed about someone wearing all black. And Mortensen said something to the effect of, what the fuck? Why is Xana wearing all black? Mortensen explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real. See, that's different than what we saw and heard. Okay. Mortensen explained that she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be cylinder shaped and also shaped like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. She advised the suspect was approximately 3 feet from her, and he looked at her but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. She said she saw his eyebrows. At approximately 4:23, she texted Bethany to tell her she saw a masked suspect in their house. Bethany responded at approximately 4:25, telling her to come to her bedroom and that it's better than being alone. Mortensen then left her bedroom after opening her door the 4th time and ran to Bethany's bedroom downstairs. Mortensen advised when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom and could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at the time Xana was passed out. Mortensen stated she never went into Xana's bedroom and she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to get to Bethany's room. She advised that she was too scared to go into Xana's room, and she knew Xana was she knew some blank was awake, and she knew to go there because she was scared. She saw Xana was wearing her underwear, and she explained Xana was comfortable enough with the roommates that she would wear her underwear around them, so this was not unusual. When asked about the lighting conditions inside the residence, she advised that possibly Xana's light was on, or the party lights were on, and that it is how she was able to see Xana, because otherwise she would not have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights being on. That was my problem. From that distance, especially. It's a good 12 to 14 feet down that hallway, folks. And to run by and glance, you know that's Xana. If she's on her back, you can't clearly see her face. You see her feet. Whatever. These are small issues that I have, but it still doesn't make things make sense. But whatever.
Tomboy wants to hold up.
Yep, I stopped. Let's see. Now, hold on. Notice that there's no reference with the time difference. Right. Because there was earlier, but now there's not. Right. Good point. I gotcha. Hey, Kim Young. Thanks for joining us, dear. Appreciate you. Wait, hi, all. Bye, y'all. Well, thank you for coming in and saying hi and bye, Kim. Well, I appreciate that very much. Don't work too hard, Kim. That is definitely interesting. That is definitely interesting, Tomboy. Good point. And good eye. I don't see how she could run around that pong table, or a man in black could navigate around from Xana's room. It was blocking the entrance by Dylan's door going into the living room area. See, I still wonder if that was moved. I still wonder if that table was moved after the fact. That's all I wonder.
That table was right in the way of the way you would walk to get.
That's what I'm saying. And it was right where that 3 feet from her door would be too. So I wondered if that table was moved either after the fact when somebody cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? And it made me wonder if it was flipped, because it was stated somewhere that it was heard that it was knocked over, or there was some loud banging stuff. So I don't know for a fact. That's just a thought, folks. Welcome, Done One. Again, good to see you. That's still weird to me, that whole beer pong table not being just
that'd make a lot of commotion with that table and all of its contents, landing a strew across the living room floor.
Yep.
How would you that wouldn't be a good look, taking a photo of it like that.
Sure wouldn't be. Like I said,
it brings to mind, and this is probably a good time to pause and throw this in here, because
yeah, sure.
I've been struggling with this, because we're right there we're talking about Xana, right?
Yes,
where
sir.
she was in the bedroom. Yes. I struggle. I'm kind of torn. Should I even do this? Because it'll be like, I'm either on something or I'm onto something. I'm not sure which, but
either way.
DM initially said that it was Kaylee in the
second
second floor
bathroom.
west bedroom. In other
Yes,
words, Xana's room.
Right.
I think that is the truth. If they're going to set up a table and put its contents neatly back on the table and then take a picture of it, what other photographs could have been manipulated and staged?
Good
Hear
point.
me out. It either has to be that you believe that Dylan is ignorant of everything that went on in her house from the time that it happened all the way up to when the 911 call was made. But that's not the truth, because everyone is inquisitive. And when there's no more noise, it's safe to come out and check things out. You just do.
Yep.
That's the way that works. So she knows everything about the status of the condition of that room that morning before the 911 call was made. Believe me. It's either that, or you believe, Hunter, flew in with his cape on and he saved the day and he protected the poor little children, the females, from having to see the sight. Which is it? Which do you believe? Now, they're fixing it. Okay, so what difference does it make? Because in the end, if this had gone to trial, in the end, I know Ann Taylor would argue it that, because the photographs, Ann Taylor wasn't there that morning before the cops got there to take the photo. So she has to rely on the photos too. So that's the way it would have gone down in court. And that is, there is a difference between what you believe in this case and what you know. Okay.
Right.
Now, if Kaylee was in that second floor bedroom down the hallway by the bathroom, what difference does it make if you believe that or not? Why should I even waste my breath trying to emphasize it as the truth? Because why would they want to confuddle that fact? If she was in that bedroom and DM knows it, and they're fixing her statement, and they're having her in time over these interviews fix that statement, what's the purpose? Could it be that there was 3 people maybe in that bedroom?
Right.
Could it be that maybe there was only 2 people, and one of them was Kaylee, and they swapped? I don't know. We'll never know. But
True.
The point is here's another thing that kind of works to that end. Notice in that 911 call how all along we were going over that 911 call, and then we heard someone say, "Poor Kaylee," and we're like, "Oh, okay, now they're upstairs on the 3rd floor now."
Or are they?
Or they were still in the 2nd floor, and she was looking at Kaylee.
Interesting. That's interesting, dude.
It kind of segues into this, and it'd be nice if she was here. I know she was here the other night, but nothing half-assed. I've heard the argument about the photos. It'd be morbid curiosity. If they release the photographs, that'd be like victimizing everyone yet a second time, and they shouldn't make them public. Well, yes, they should, and it's for reasons exactly as this. If you can't see what's going on inside of that crime scene, then there is no transparency anymore.
Right.
It is not morbid curiosity, and it needs to be said, because I don't think I could say it any better. Matter of fact, I know I couldn't. Nothing half-ass in her community post has exactly what needs to be the argument for having unredacted crime scene photos made public. So how do I wrap this up? I think Kaylee could have been in that 2nd floor bedroom.
I can agree.
Really, it doesn't matter. Other than the fact that something was changed in the crime scene. It doesn't matter what you believe. If you want to believe that she was, always in the 3rd floor bedroom, that's fine. But if they had manipulated anything in the crime scene, then what does that tell you? You know, that in the end, that is just another piece as to how it illustrates how Brian is innocent.
Right.
But yeah, I wanted to share all that. I know it kind of seems like a crazy thought, but really it's not. Not if you had the document, you know, if we're going over this, maybe if you have a live stream where you go over all that, you can see how that. Okay, you know, so we have, you have a guest on your panel now and again. He says, you know, that we have to limit our discussions to what we have, what we believe, what we have seen, what we know. But the thing is here is what we truly know. Using facts, we know that Brian Kohlberger is innocent. We know that he's innocent because a fact in this case is Ann and Miss Massoff have said Brian is innocent, yet it seems to just go over a lot of people's heads. They either disregard it or they haven't been following the case close enough to have heard it. And it's easy to dismiss it because it doesn't come from the state. But where do you get the facts? I ask all of you, where do you get your facts? Do you get it? Yeah, we get it from the court record, but who makes the court record in part? You know, the state does. So we have to be careful about what we believe, because what you end up believing, and notice in this long statement of Dylan's, they kind of started out by forcing the point of the layout of the house. You know, they're reinforcing it being Kaylee's bedroom on the third floor. It kind of takes your attention away. We all have in our minds this mental picture of what is the truth in that crime scene, and yet you don't even have the slightest clue what the truth is in that crime scene.
Right.
It'll be hard to break you away from that because now it is so impressed in your brain, but it's nothing like you believe.
Yeah. Good point. Is this what here you were talking about, this statement right here that she put in her community post?
Yes.
So a woman
About a
was
week
saying,
ago. Yeah.
so
Yeah,
9
you can
days.
read that. That'd be awesome.
Right, absolutely. So a woman was saying that no one should have access to crime scene photos because only weirdos like Kohlberger would want to see horrific stuff like that. She asked, why does it matter to people, and called out more judgmental names, and then added anyone interested in the evidence in the Idaho 4 summarizing are against the families. Jesus. I am tired of ignorance and shaming from people that can't see anything beyond their tiny version. Amen to that one, sis. This was my reply. Remember, if you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. Miss Sherry used to say that. God, I miss her. This is why we can see court records and photos, America. The foundation of freedom. Our nation was forged by those who fought for the right to be free, free to think, to learn, to speak, and to live without the arbitrary judgment of tyrants. These are not merely historical facts. They are the bedrock principles upon which our government and our judicial system were built. They are the same principles that demanded transparency and accountability from those in power. Hold on. Sorry, a bunch of people just went running through. My apologies. These are not mere bedrock principles upon which our government and our judicial system were built. They are the same principles that demanded transparency and accountability from those in power. Transparency in the courts. Public access to court filings and evidence, including crime scene photos, is an essential extension of these foundational freedoms. Without it, the public is forced to rely on filtered information, hearsay, and official narratives that may or may not be complete or accurate. Transparency is a powerful check against corruption, bias, and injustice. It allows citizens to independently access the evidence, scrutinize the legal process, and hold the justice system accountable. Again, amen. Upholding the truth, the suppression of evidence, whether it's a court document or photograph, undermines the very notion of justice. It creates a system where truth can be obscured and manipulated. Granting public access to these materials upholds the right of every citizen to know the truth and to ensure that justice is not a concept but a reality. This isn't about morbid curiosity. It's about the fundamental right to see for ourselves, to participate in the public discourse from an informed perspective, and to ensure that our justice system remains a beacon of fairness and not a tool of control. It matters to America. It matters to me. And I'll tell you right now, it matters to me. It matters to Eddie. And it matters to many of us. That's amazing. Amen. I wish she was here right now. She usually is. That's amazing.
Kudos to her.
Yes, guys, please go check out Nothing Half-Assed channel, please, if you will. She's been putting up some really interesting stuff, and I'm surprised I hadn't done that already, but I just did. That's awesome. That was absolutely awesome, and thank you for that. Nothing. Hold on, guys. Let me do something here real quick. That was awesome. I love that. I see why you said that, Eddie. That's perfect. Give me 1 minute here. Let me back out so that I can throw her link in chat too for you guys. Here we go. 1 second. 1 second. Thank you, Meg. I figured you would. Good job. Thank you, guys. Please go subscribe to her channel. Definitely hit the like button on the stuff she's really been putting out some interesting stuff lately. Very proud of what she's been doing. And she's usually always here too, which is weird tonight. I wish she was, but please go check her out. Show her some love and support because she deserves it. That statement alone says everything about this case, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And everything that we've been fighting against. So please go subscribe. Hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything, and like anything you can that she puts out because it's been some really good stuff lately. So thanks, Eddie, for pointing that out. I appreciate that, bud.
Yeah, it's past time. I've been meaning to do that for a while, but I'm happy I had the opportunity.
No, great point.
Tonight.
Very, yes. Thank you guys for subscribing. Please do. That's awesome. I can't wait to see her. I wonder where she's at tonight. That's wild. Anything else to add to this, Eddie, before we go forward?
Well, I can't really think of anything other than to impress this. We always have to have a discussion about the facts of the case. And you got to be careful about what you believe is facts of the case. I don't want to sound like I'm preaching, but there is a new fact in this case, and that is there was a gunshot.
Right.
Whether you believe it's a gunshot, whether you believe it's something loud, I guess that could be the gray area. But it was a gunshot. There's no doubt about that. So how do you reconcile that into all this? Your belief. Some people believe still, of course, that he's guilty. How do you reconcile that then?
Right.
How do you reconcile it, if he had a part in this? How come it's being covered up? So,
well, if that's the case, then we're going to say now. We have to say now, Eddie. Brian had a gun and multiple weapons, right?
Right.
Exactly. Very interesting.
Another fact in this case is that Ann Taylor and Miss Massa, they did their jobs. There is nothing that they could have improved on. The state had Brian convicted ahead of time. There was nothing Ann Taylor or your privately hired attorney could have done. Hippler took away any possibility of defense before, and he would have denied anything at trial. If you don't have the ability to see that and understand that by now, likely you never will. But
Right.
providing commentary about this case, saying, I got to be careful what I say here, but it's doing harm. If he had I don't know if he had anything to do with it, but it is so harmful. If you don't know by now that he's innocent, well, there's nothing. Nothing you're going to see is going to change your mind. You could call maybe Moscow Police Department or Bill Thompson. Maybe they'll tell you, but I doubt it. They're not going to tell you the truth, and they're not going to release anything that's going to prove it. So, really, it's just adding more misinformation.
Right. And Thompson himself just told us in that interview the other day, you guys, that Hitler is giving them each 40 or 42 documents each to go through, point out what needs redacted. They give them 14 days to do it. So in a sense, Hitler allowed for this and is giving them more ways to lie about more, in my opinion. So that's exactly what's going on right now. So don't expect much when we do get it. Sorry to interrupt, and thank you, SRB. I appreciate that very much.
Okay, we can move on. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. 1 second, guys. Okay, so at approximately 4:23, she texted. Okay, I think I went past that. She texted Bethany to tell her she saw a masked suspect in their house. Bethany responded at 4:20. I read that. Mortensen advised when she left her bedroom. I read that too. Sorry. How far down did I get? I think I read that too. Was on. The party lights were on. Blah blah blah. She advised Anna did not say any. Okay, we're about right there then. She was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any. Well, we do know that the Good Vibes light was on, and that those Christmas lights around the little bar thing were on. At least that. She did not think anything was wrong. She later offered that she may wait. Did I miss that? Oh, she was not certain about the. She advised that Xana did not say anything. Mortensen stated she did not think anything was wrong. She later offered that she may have been able to see Xana laying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light, and it could have been she was able to see Xana from the Sensi light. Okay. She explained that she had been trying to determine what was real from everything that she had been talking about with Sergeant Blaker and myself. She advised that she knew from the time with Blank, Kaylee, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie were real because she had the video of them together. She was not certain how Blank got home that day. She further explained that she had been trying to piece things together because some things do not make sense to her. She stated that she is being truthful, but some of what she has been discussing, she is not certain is factual. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
This is word salad.
Right. It is 100% tossed all over the place.
There are some things released by the state that are facts in the case. Not everything is, going to be
right
a lie. So, for example, the earlier of the statement that the witness makes, the more accurate it will be. The less likely they will have had the opportunity to, receive some coaching.
Yeah. Yep.
To that end, in one of her earlier statements on the day of, she said, "No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking the door." So, the word "they," it's one of those things that slip out. It's like when someone who claims that their child has gone missing and they refer to someone, in the past tense while speaking about that person. That's because that Freudian slip. Well, they know, right? They know the fate of that person. So, you have to understand that it's those words where you're looking for the truth. It's not the lie that they're blatantly expressing and the word salad they're trying to get out there. You have to have receptors to to pick out where the truth is. And some of the truth, like we just heard Dylan say, she knows that there's multiple people, right? And that becomes apparent in her earlier statement.
Very good point, my friend. Very good point. Yes, sir. Absolutely. And real quick, yes, I will definitely. That's the only one that I'm uncomfortable actually running. Rach is that the interview with Kevin Fixler with Brian Hinton. I have no problems doing that 100%. So yeah, don't worry about that. We will cover that. She's so uncertain about the happenings of that night. How does she know she did not play a part? Thank you, Tammy. That's a whole point that I was trying to make earlier. She can remember down to like specific details in the Vampire Diaries show, but you can't remember anything from this. You don't know if this is real or not. Am I the only person that thinks that's bullshit? Because to me, it completely, totally is absolute bullshit. You can remember an episode of Vampire Diaries down to the fact that they were wearing black clothes and there was no violence, but you don't remember anything from this. This is why I call her testimony bullshit, folks. Facts. Okay? And yes, Tammy, very good point.
And be careful. It's not her testimony. This is all hearsay. It is not a sworn statement. It's not her words. It's just him paraphrasing. On top of that, it is how many days later, right? So it's probably even a script.
Very well, yeah, because after a period of time, there's enough time to put this together to say, here, this is what you need.
In other words, what should be in y'all's minds is this. It's them, massaging and putting together and creating, they're crafting this story, right? It's them doing it, not her.
They took what words she did give them and completely manipulated it into what they needed her to say. In a sense.
Does she know something? Certainly. Is that something that should, pique your curiosity and have you thinking that she's got a part in this? No, not like that. Whatever part she's got in this, it's insignificant.
Yeah.
Your attention should be drawn to,
law enforcement.
The top. Who's that? Yeah.
Yeah, who's behind everything that's being...
Yeah, what's behind all this?
That's it right there. And to answer that question, David, that's a good point. There's a lot of those questions. Why didn't we hear this about this? Why didn't we hear this about that? Why wasn't that put out till now? Well, because David, they know there's people out here that are going to take this apart, such as us, and realize what's going on in some aspect. So they have to be careful how it goes out, and they have to try it this way and try it that way. And as you notice, things change and change and change, and it's constantly evolving because people are figuring things out. So they have to evolve it some more. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
That's right. It's one of these things that I struggle to say. I don't want to come across like
you're fine, bro. You know that
people don't have intelligence.
No, it's not that.
But
I get it.
At this point, I mean, if people still have the takeaway, they have followed this case, they have seen everything that we have seen, and their takeaway is that Dylan is suspicious to them. I don't know if they're just ever going to be able to see it. What's it going to? If this doesn't,
you got to remember too, bro, that part of it is that some people don't want to see it, Eddie. And
that's true. That's right.
They don't want to see it, no matter how we show it to them. We could put it in big, bold neon letters and put it right in their face and go, it's right here. And I don't care. They don't want to see that because it's not gonna. They refuse to process it any other way than the way they are. So there's that too.
Yeah, there is a truism. If you work, if you put in the mental effort or work through things, work it out for yourself, you're more likely to be able to see it and understand it rather than just having the others present this stuff and talk about it. And if you do it that way, it's just too easy to be the naysayer. All the others have done the legwork, and you just kind of sit back and you kind of, it's too easy to just dismiss this or that out of hand and be the fault finder.
Right. Thank you. Very, very good point, sir. And Bombshell just made an interesting point too, folks, because we watched the videos here. I've always wondered what the team was focusing on in the space in that living room area, where basically right there by the stairwell, right by the hallway that goes to Xana's room, right where that pong table would be, okay? And they were stepping over something. So think about that for a minute. What were they actually stepping over? Was that table on the ground? Was that all flipped over at one point, and then it was picked up and set back up for whatever reason, and then pictures were taken? I'm not saying that that's what happened, folks, but I'm saying I don't put it past anybody at this point with this case and anything else that we have seen. That's all I'm saying. So good point, Bombshell. That is a good point. And there could have been other things there too that we didn't see on the floor, but yes.
We're talking about those pictures real quick. You notice how they were just useless? We thought that those pictures were taken after the bodies had been removed. They were so blurred out. We were looking for like blood in them. And remember that day we were having the discussion, is that a dog underneath the chair?
Oh, yeah. When Murphy was
some people could see it and some people not. And if there was ever a photograph that existed in life where it certainly could be, you can almost make it out, but there's also the equal argument that it isn't there too. That is such the picture. It's right there in the middle.
A lot of stuff is with this, yes.
And the problem with it being the dog, because I don't know what that JPEG number exactly signifies, but I know it means it goes in order. So if the problem with the picture having the dog in it, if the bodies were gone, is that the dog would have been there on, he would have spent another night there, and then that would have been the following day, not the 13th, but the 14th, right? If you follow me?
Yes.
And that would have been a problem. So, because that's what people are saying in the panel and on chat is, well, there's the daylight. It's a brighter day. You can tell it's the following day and the bodies are gone. And I'm like, well, if you follow the JPEG numbers, then the dog was there the following day. You can't have that picture being
right. I know what you mean.
Taken, now, it would have been also taken because that picture had a higher JPEG number.
And if we follow the reports, the dog was taken out of the house at the same day. Yeah, good point. But
yeah, that was problematic. But now that we have all the information, it turns out that the pictures were so blurred out that none of us could tell that the bodies were still there.
Right.
In those photos. And that was, we don't know what time they were taken, but that was taken, shortly after 911 was called on that day.
Yes. And yes, Dylan had an attorney present for this interview, midnight. I don't know. I said at the very beginning, I don't know if you've seen or heard that, but there was an attorney there with them.
And putting the final thought together on that. And knowing that then makes it much easier to see that the dog is there. If you can have in your mind that the dog, that picture was taken on, shortly after 911 was called.
Right. No, I mean, that's what I think we're led to believe that that's what it would have to be because of what we're told in the reports, but that doesn't mean that's right, Eddie. At this point, we see so many things that are backwards and off with this and that are different than what we're told. So yeah, I mean, what do you believe? What do we know? And like he said, to notice something like the JPEG number on the pictures, if they go in order like they're supposed to, that would not make sense then. And I'm glad that's why I love you, Eddie, because you notice things like that other people wouldn't right off the get. You know what I'm saying? That's good. That's how we keep this moving like we do. Very, very well oiled machine as we break these things down. Very interesting. Hold on. Oh, go ahead, bud. I'm just trying to catch up with
last thought is I think what you're going to find, if those pictures are ever unredacted, if that's what you call it when they blur it out, altered,
Yeah,
or
basically.
just blurred out, I guess. If they are ever released authentically, I think what we're going to find is that they're useless. They're pictures of everything in the crime scene except for the details that needed to be photographed. I think where they could be selective about what is going to be included in the picture, you know, the context and all that, I think there would be a lot of examples of how there's an effort made to try to sidestep information in the picture.
Right.
Yeah. Just thinking out loud.
Good point, bud. I mean, that's why I love this. I truly do enjoy being able to do this. Let's see. KP says, want to talk about why Dylan felt protected, why Jack Showalter said it looked like the same guy at the house that picked up. That's a big point that I had too, and we'll get to that as well, KP. Those are great things I noted for sure that definitely need to be discussed, in my opinion, for real. That's another one. ISP took over 4,000 photographs. That's insane, isn't it? Not. Okay. That's a lot, guys. A whole lot. I'm just trying to catch up with you guys over here. My apologies. Yes. There's certain photos I won't show, guys, just out of respect for the victims, to an extent, okay? If they're blurred, okay, we can look at those, but I'm not going to show anything that's going to put them in a bad light, just out of, they deserve whatever dignity they have left, in my opinion.
Dago, I almost have to improve on that phrasing you just had, out of respect for the victims. We can't.
Please do.
It's kind of, and you're kind of sitting, you being a journalist, you're another Walter Cronkite after all out there. You have a high standard because you have outreach. You touch a lot of listeners, and that kind of reinforces this notion that. And it gets in people's heads, and it becomes like their talking point too. It's easy to parrot a thought process like that, because in order to have, if the victims are to see justice, then not having those types of pictures out there would be dishonoring the victims. Really.
Yes.
So
I know what you mean.
Nitpick what you're saying, but
I know what you mean.
It kind of is helping, the state with keeping this thing, everything but transparent.
And like I said, there's I will go to a limit, but also one other thing too. I found out as I've gotten warnings from YouTube about putting specific pictures out because they were a little too racy. It goes against their terms, and they'll take the video down anyway. So I'll take it to a limit, but out of respect for the victims, one, and for the channel for two, I can only put it so far. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I don't know where the right.
If it's I can't remember what picture it was, but I think it was on the gentleman that was beat to death, basically a block from his house. I'm sorry, I forgot his name right now. But I played that, and I put a picture out, and they got a warning that it was too much. So, okay. So I got to be careful on both aspects. I do want to give, and I know what you're saying. What he's saying, folks, is that, in a sense, we're playing into what they want us to do by not showing the truth.
Yeah.
What's there, or at least showing what's there to an extent. And I'm trying to go both directions with this by giving dignity at the same time and respect to the victims, as well as showing what it was to an extent. So that's why I try to balance it the best way I can. It's kind of rough. So
yeah, it's a difficult thought to express too. I mean,
it is.
They're manipulating your thought process by trying to frame this in, not releasing any of this stuff is a good thing, guys. It's going to be honoring the victims. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's YouTube is the right place. I don't know. I'm struggling for the.
I know what you mean.
The venue. I don't. It's not venue.
Platform.
Platform. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know if it's YouTube, but they should be out in the public, wherever that platform is, where it is okay to be viewed, so we can all see it if we choose to.
If you choose, that's right. Yes.
That's what your takeaway should be, but definitely not what the prosecution is saying, that this is such a noble reason. We don't want to victimize anyone again. That's baloney, and don't buy into it.
Oh, they don't care. They
dishonoring
don't care.
The victims.
Yeah, they don't care at all. That's a fact I've learned. And that's a good point too, Adrian. That's a fact. Like, Eddie, to point out what you're saying, like the Manson photographs, they're all over the place. I've seen them out here. I've seen people show them out here. They just don't show their faces. That's fact. So there you go.
Off my pedestal.
No, you're good, bro. I appreciate it. I really do. Good stuff. Very good. On we go. Great discussion. Again, thank you guys for being here. Deidre, good to see you. Tonka, welcome. Trying to catch up with people I didn't catch. Backwood Beats, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you tonight. Tonka, oh, I just said that. Well, you get it twice, Tonka. Midnight at the Mansionil, good to see you tonight as well. KP, Princess Griftis, thank you for being here as well. Ashley K, I think I said that already, but welcome again. Bombshell, great to see you as always. Gen 7, I saw you. Rowena, I think I got it. Anybody that's out there watching that's not in chat, again, Adrian as well. Thank you guys so much. Every one of you guys are so very important to this community, this panel, or I'm sorry, this channel, and this investigation with what we're talking about. So thank you all so very much for being here. Bobby Old Dude, there you go, bud. Didn't see you there for a minute. Great to see you. Okay, I'm sorry. I forget sometimes, Ashley. My apologies. Okay, moving forward with this. Next, we have Josie West. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Think anything was wrong. She later offered that she may have been able to see Xana and Leon before because they also... Okay, we did that already. Sorry. She explained she's been trying to determine what was real. We heard that too. She further explained, excuse me, that she has been trying to piece things. I read that too. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get back to my spot. She stated that she is being truthful, but some of what she has been discussing, she's not certain is factual. She said has been working through it to try to remember what happened. See, I don't like that statement. You're gonna make that statement in that paragraph right there, but you're gonna tell us exactly what you remember watching on Vampire Diaries. I'm not gonna let that go, folks. That's a problem for me. It just is. Okay. Mortensen was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no. The female was only crying, and the male was the only one talking. She described that the item the suspect was holding was cylinder-shaped. Did I read that already? Was also triangular shaped. She could not remember if the lights were on or off when she encountered the male subject. She advised she does not know if this is even something she saw or something she dreamed. I don't like... See, that shouldn't be even allowed in here. This is ridiculous. Thank you, SRB. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at the blank... I think it was the... Sigma house at approximately 11:04 p.m. Mortensen confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a White Claw. She was at blank at 12:49 a.m. So we know she wasn't home at that point, which we found that out later anyway. She further advised Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He could not reside at the fraternity. He had his own apartment, but she does not know where his apartment is because she had never been there. She knows Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed, and and blank, and from when she saw Xana lying on the floor, but she was not certain about whether Ethan was home. She advised that she left blank and blank house at approximately 12:49 a.m. to return home. Mortensen stated she is certain at 3:11 a.m., which through discussions might have been 2:11. See, this is Moscow time. Blank, Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house. She was not certain about Xana and Ethan because she does not know when they came home. She denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male in the hallway. She said there were people coming in and out of their house all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like and said that she could see that his head and mouth were covered, but she could see his eyebrows, and further advised that she was not certain she could see his nose. When asked if she knew what a balaclava was, she said no. So I asked Sergeant Blaker to show Mortensen a picture of a balaclava from his cell phone. And upon looking at a picture of a balaclava, she said that could have been it. She does not remember seeing his mouth or nose, but she could see his eyebrows. Sorry. Hold on 1 minute, folks. My dog's going nuts. Okay. She denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male. Okay, I read that already. I'm sorry, I can't get my place. When asked if any of her roommates told her about prior incidents involving anything that concerned them, and she advised Kaylee had told them blank and other roommates about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy about a subject who had been watching her. This subject was in the apartments above the girl's residence. Mortensen further explained that 2 to 3 weeks ago, while at Winco, Kaylee told her about a male subject who followed her from the Winco store all the way to Kaylee's car. Even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by Kaylee's car. Also, 3 weeks ago, all of the roommates went to Starbucks together, and when they got home, their front door was wide open, and they do not believe it had been open when they left. She explained there were prior issues with the front door, so she said it was possible the door opened because there had been a snowstorm. She explained possibly the wind caused the door to open. Also, when they got home, the washer was going, which she described was not usual. Not unusual, but this also concerned her. I don't understand that. Okay. She explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves, which is interesting to me as well. When they searched the house, Mortensen explained weeks prior to the 13th, Kaylee told the roommates that she heard a woman scream, but no one else heard it. Mortensen was asked if she was telling either Sergeant Blaker or I anything to prevent us from solving this, and she advised no. That she understood my question, and that's interesting that they would ask her that question, but okay. And she advised that she knew she did not sleep through the whole incident because she was texted communications and because she has texted communications and other things that she knows would have required her to be awake. Here's the thing, folks. This is just stupid right here. We saw text messages and we saw phone activity the whole night. Ann Taylor herself stated that they were not asleep, that they stayed awake the whole damn night. Okay, so that right there in itself is an absolute lie. Willard, what is up, buddy? Good to see you. Welcome back. Good to see you, bro. Willie, the link is pinned if you feel like joining us. If not, no worries, bro. Oh, I know. This whole thing is a bunch of lies, Willie. So, hold on a minute. Let me get back to where I was. She advised that she knew she did not. Yeah. Anyway, back to past that. She has texted communications and other things that she knows would have required her to be awake. So, like, she's playing dumb here, in my opinion, with that part. She knows that she was texting. She knows that she was on social media, this and that. But it's almost like she's playing it off like, well, I'm not sure, but I must have been awake because I had to have been to do this, right? But you don't remember that. But again, let me take you backwards. She remembers everything that went on for Vampire Diaries. It is unbelievably, ridiculously stupid. So, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, Willie.
Great to have you here, brother. So yeah, I mean, like I said, you can remember the episode of Vampire Diaries, what went on and what was going on, the fact that it wasn't violent. But
So are you reading Dylan's or is it Bethany's?
This is Dylan's.
Okay, cool. Because I just got done reading up to probably the exact. I think exact. What do you want? I think exactly where you're up right now. Where you're on right now, dude. Did you read the part where it said that she basically didn't feel threatened by this person and basically felt like this person was there to protect her?
Oh, yeah, basically when she said that they asked her why she thought they didn't go after her, and she said, well, they said, is it possible that they knew you and that they were here to protect you? And she said that's possible. What?
That's not how it was said, but she literally said that she felt like they were there to protect her. And then she said that she felt unthreatened by this person.
Well, it's probably coming down through here somewhere, but yeah, right. Yeah, she said she felt protected.
Oh, I thought you would have passed it already. But okay.
Well, we keep stopping because we're discussing the stupidity within.
No, only because I didn't read like the full thing. Like I stopped after, but I thought I don't even think I read this far. That's why I thought you might have already read what I brought up. But
parts of it, yeah, I did read part of what you said.
Okay, yeah, it's just screwed up, man. They're just liars, dude.
Well, like here's, and Eddie made a huge point with this a while back, but this is what this is. It's not what they're saying that's wrong, Eddie or Willie. It's what they took and law enforcement took and completely flip-flopped it and turned it upside down and made it 10 times worse already.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, they're making them like lie.
I don't know what's worse. Exactly. I don't know what's worse. These two or the investigators that are taking this at face value and then building timelines off of it and shit.
I'm gonna say law enforcement in my opinion. So
unbelievable, dude.
Agreed. So at that point, then we go to hold on, let me get back to my spot again real quick. This is crazy shit. It is.
The only reason I brought that up is because I just did a whole goddamn live on literally those two tidbits.
Oh, well, here's the next point. I think the next part where you're talking about too.
My bad. I didn't mean to spoil it.
No, you're fine. You're fine. She advised that she knew she did not sleep through, or I read that right. She stated again, she does not know how much of what she had been telling us was not factual because she's still processing the events. Bullshit. When asked why she believes she was spared after the male suspect saw her, she said she does not know why, and she does not believe anyone ever tried to open her door during the time he was in the house, and he could have easily done so, and why he would have passed by her room multiple times. She volunteered that to come through the sliding glass door, the person would have to have scaled a tall wall. She advised the suspect would have known her room would have been occupied because it appeared to have known that he appeared to have known the layout of the house. She also said it could have been someone who was in the house last year when the other girls were living in the house. She advised that there was no one she knows who would have wanted to hurt the girls. And the girls were loved by everyone. Which is not true, but she said that she had never heard even rumors which were negative about any of the victims, and I don't believe that either. When asked about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCour, advised the breakup was mutual and they had their dog Murphy in common. And Blank comes to their residence and plays with Murphy, and he and Kaylee continued to be friends. When asked if they co-parented, Murphy said, she said yes. Kaylee told her the relationship with DeCour had run its course. Mortensen thought DeCour had handled the breakup well because every time he came to their house, there did not seem to be an issue. Mortensen brought up the name Blank, but she mispronounced his last name during the interview as someone she and the others believed might be involved. But she was reluctant to say he was a suspect because she knows how damaging to his reputation that could be if he were not involved. I want to know who that is.
Yeah.
She advised that she was told by Blank, Xana's best friend, is that Kendra, that Blank once punched a friend of theirs blank in the stomach last year, but blank did not know the circumstances as to why. Mortensen advised that recently Kaylee started talking to blank blank, seemed okay with that. Blank offered her DNA. Sergeant Blaker secured a swab from Mortensen at the conclusion of the interview. She advised that there might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of the residence leading up to the parents' weekend. Oh, really?
Oh my God.
Stop. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Back up. Here we go. She advised that it might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of their residence leading up to the parents' weekend.
Just stop right there. Just stop.
That's it right there, bro.
After deep clean, just stop after that.
Yeah, that's it.
What the fuck? What the?
Because
they
here's
admitted that they cleaned up and they still weren't considered persons of interest, dude. I wish
that
I
would
was
make no difference, folks, because they cleaned the weekend before. That would have nothing to do with what went on the night of the crime, because that's when it happened. It was after the fact. Okay, so that's just dumb. That is beyond dumb. What's up, Virginia? Good to see you.
Wow, I should have kept fucking reading, dude. Because if I would have read this, I would have lost my mind.
I don't know, but to either one of you, Eddie or Willie, that tells me she's almost, in a sense, maybe admitting to cleaning up the crime scene.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, can you read that part again, but just stop at after deep clean?
Right. Hey, Lucy, good to see you. So, hold on, let me get back to it real quick.
You said it.
She advised she was somebody. She offered her DNA. Blaker secured a squad. She
might not find anything because we deep cleaned. Okay.
Yeah, she advised it might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of their residence leading up to parents' weekend. No.
How would she know that?
That would make it easier to find.
That would make it way easier because everything else is gone.
But how would she know where the suspect left their DNA and where he didn't? And she tell me they cleaned every inch of the house. This sick,
deep clean,
psychotic rat.
That was in a way, in my opinion, if you read between the lines, that's in a way an admission of the fact that they may have cleaned up some stuff. Period.
A little bit.
Right. Like Bobby just said, the same thing. Parents' weekend was the week before, which would make it easier to identify the DNA because all the DNA would be recent. Thank you. That's it.
This is scripted. Notice that this is one of the later interviews. So this, they had her say that. And the reason is because there was...
It's covering for somebody, bro.
It's a very sterile, so to speak, crime scene, and they need to explain that away. It's not Dylan. Again, it's not Dylan we're suspicious of here. That's not the takeaway. They need that in the narrative. It's just word salad and just nonsense.
Listen, bro. That's why it's so important that we get that video that we got that was chopped and screwed and shit like that. All of it, so we can hear what the fuck was going on in that house. Because if we hear rummaging and people talking and yada yada yada, well then that goes against these two being in a room all night and just texting and shit like that. So
right, and that's talk real quick, you guys, and to explain this to the chat. I got
who knows and who knows.
I'll be right back.
And then who knows if we hear like Murphy again or if we don't hear Murphy. It's just they sped through some of the parts, dude, where we don't know if like some audio was cut off, and like I don't like that.
Yeah, really what we're seeing here is they're fixing everything about this so that the public sees what they want them to see. And of course...
Well, this is bad. I mean, I'm 20 pages in and they look like shit.
Well, the surviving roommates are just being used. They need them to be able to help them tell the story. After all, they were there. So,
but dude, Dylan's story is so bad. She literally said at one point in the interview with these people, I don't even know if this is real. Like, imagine me on here on panel right now and being like, Eddie, I don't even know if what we're doing right now is real. he'd call somebody and have me fucking, and two people in a van would pop out and say, "Hey, buddy, come with us." Like, what the fuck? She gets away with saying all this to investigators, and then they let her go to a hotel and hang out and change her story up and stuff. I'm telling you, man, I wish I would trade spots like that movie Freaky Friday with any woman in chat, dude. I swear to God.
It's not authentic. They want her to say all these things.
Well, she did say all these things. I mean, that's besides the point, dude. Like, she could have said whatever the fuck she wanted, but these are the things she's saying. She's saying that, he carried something that looked like a crossbow, basically, that was straight and had a triangle at the end. Like, and then she doesn't even know if stuff's real or not. Like, as investigators, you don't want your prime witness saying that. Like, that she was drinking rage. What the hell was it? Like rage juice or rage? That was like a B word or something like that. Borga. I forget. I was yelling it when I was reading it. But whatever the hell that shit's called. But it's like she was trying to black out. She would have never been a credible witness in front of a jury, dude. And I mean, Ann Taylor or any defense attorney would have ate her up for breakfast. Borg. That's right, Meg. Borg. Whatever the hell that is. So, yeah, man. But it's just weird to me that she's saying that her whole excuse the whole time, and she said it multiple times, where I wasn't sure if it was real or not. Bullshit. I'm not agreeing with that, dude. They drink every goddamn weekend. She said herself, she's like, I don't do no other drugs except drink. Well, then you know what was going on. You become immune to alcohol.
Yeah, she knew what was going on. She knows everything. Right?
They were on their damn phones all night, and her text messages were at least readable, what she sent to Bethany. And she said she stopped drinking at 1:30, so she sobered up for 3 hours, 4 hours. So, yeah, I'm done with the bullshit, dude. I'm done being called a victim blamer and this, that, and the third. No. This here proves it all, dude. She did not feel threatened by the person she saw. She felt comfortable. She felt not comfortable. She felt protected by the person she saw. Now here she's saying this. I mean, when's enough enough? She needs to face either charges or face some kind of civil penalty.
She's doing what they required of her.
That's not good enough for me. Well, I don't give a darn. What?
Our suspicion should be on why are they what are they covering up? They're aware of it. I mean, if you and I and the likes of all of us are aware of it, right? Dylan's suspicious statement or whatever, we're aware of it, then they are too. So your question should automatically, your attention should go right to.
How do we know? How do we know they weren't? How do we know they weren't just like, oh my God, this, like, we have a witness, bang, like whatever she says, that's going to be our timeline. That's going to be our, that's going to be our everything.
No, they're pretending they believe it. They're not idiots. This, of course, is ridiculous to them too, but they're playing like they believe it, right?
Well, then how come they never, like, I don't know. I'm so confused, dude. Only because confusing. Only because it's backwards. Yeah, it's backwards from everything you watch, like with interrogations and what they do and their tactics. This is all not by the book, like by any means. It's not even like part of the book. So I don't know, man. And like I said, you get yelled at if you say, this all happened because these are two young chicks, and there's no way it would happen if these were two young gentlemen. But when it comes to just the facts, that's unfortunately the truth. Like, come on, me and you making that bullshit up, they're gonna be like, were you guys on fucking crack? Put your hands behind your back.
If it was you and I there at that house that night instead of DM and BF, then we would have gotten away with it too. They would force you to do what DM and BF are doing and saying.
What'd they do? Who'd they give up? What are they getting out of it? I don't understand. I mean, I see what you're saying that they twisted their statements up, but you gotta understand they still made these statements, dude. I mean, I guess they're interviews. These aren't even fucking, like we
haven't seen their statements.
They
yet.
haven't read their rights and shit. I guess is my point.
Be careful because we don't even have their statements. We don't have a transcript. We don't have a sworn statement. This is just hearsay. Everything that you think is what they.
What do you mean this is here? What do you mean this is hearsay?
We don't know for a fact.
This is hearsay. What we're reading here is hearsay. We don't know that that's what Dylan or Bethany said.
There was a conversation, Willie, with an officer, and this is what they've given us from that. We don't know if that's actually.
I get that, but still, I mean, if they're gonna make her look this bad, I think they're not lying in what they're saying. Just in my opinion, I don't know.
These are also the same people that remember the PCA. Frozen shock phase.
Well, they're making Dylan sound terrible, though.
Well,
they don't care.
That's the point, Willie. It takes everything away from them and it puts it on somebody else.
Yeah,
and that's why Dylan is the.
That's what I mean, dude. If she thinks she was getting harassed before, holy shit! Once people read this,
that's the thing. That's why do you think Dylan has the reaction she's having to the public? Okay, that's probably you got to put it out there good. Show your emotions, Dylan. Let them know that this was affected you this way, that way, and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Because then people will feel bad for her, regardless of what we think of her at this point. Not all of us.
Well. Do you think her interview was recorded?
Yeah, it says it was.
I don't know. I doubt it.
I have numbers. All these numbers, I'm writing them down, so we'll see.
If it is, I doubt you and I will be able to see it. Remember,
I just asked him.
She said. On the first, moments after the 911 was called, she said that Kaylee screamed. And notice how it's law enforcement, not her, that changed that to she thought.
Benton thought he had a golden goose. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm listening.
They downplayed it. In other words, they sugarcoated what her statement was, whatever her statement was. Kaylee screamed and changed it.
But then Zen is in the bathroom now.
So.
You missed
if they changed it, then who are you suspicious of? Is my point.
That's it right there. Who's the basis to what Eddie keeps going back to with a lot of this, Willie, is who was behind it all in the end? Who was behind it?
Who's the biggest fish?
Right. Who's the leader of the pack? I guess you could say that is running the entire thing, and it takes you back to law enforcement per se. So they are guilty in a sense, but we have to look at who is the one that is creating the situation in a sense. That's all.
I get it.
Got it. So, and it's insane. It's insane. So, sorry, guys. It took me so long. My coffee pot had to be refilled and all that crap.
And they're manipulating you and me by putting these out there and we thinking that this is what they said. We talk about it amongst ourselves like, Dylan said this and Dylan said, you don't even know what Dylan said. You haven't read the transcript of her interview or watched the video of her being questioned.
Well, I mean, if we never get that, this is what I have to go by. So this is what I'm going by right now. I mean, I don't understand.
It's a manipulation. Be careful where you get your facts, because there's a difference between what you believe and what you know in this case.
Okay, man, they're making her sound terrible, so I'm going to believe it.
Yep. I mean, we have to go with it the way it is. That's what they want us to do, but we also have to think about the background of it, which I'm doing. You can take it however you want, but yeah, 100%. And Lucy made a good point. Like, she doesn't understand how more people aren't catching on to this. I mean, it's right in front of our faces, folks. But like I said earlier, Lucy, there are the people that don't want to, no matter what you say or do, they're not going to do it. They don't want to.
There was a guy in the vampire movie that had a black mask, so I don't really know if I saw him or if I saw, like, are you fucking, like, dude,
it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Law enforcement led narrative, period. So on we go. Sorry, it took so long.
And then he had a vacuum and a crossbow and a knife.
Yeah, he did. He had it all, bro. He had it all.
Okay.
And an AR or an AK or whatever. You're right, that too.
Okay.
So at that point, this is the one that gets me. Mortensen brought up the name blank, but she mispronounced his last name during the interview as someone she and the others believed might be involved. I want to know who that is. But she was reluctant to say he was a suspect because she knows how damaging to his reputation.
Amen, Meg.
So I wonder, that makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. It's damaging to his reputation. So what kind of a reputation does he hold that it would damage it in that sense? Is it a police officer? Think about that for a minute. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I saw the case. What's her name posted? I don't know if you saw a picture that Lana posted of a like that case or whatever that people are talking about. Some kind of
the thing on the back seat of Rosie's car. Yeah.
Is that what it is? It's like a police case.
It's something. I don't know. SRB said it looked like it could have been like a bulletproof vest, or it could be like a bag that holds, different things. So yeah, I remembered it.
It was something weird. She just posted it like not too long ago. That's why.
Gotcha.
I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I'll have to go check that out. But yeah, wait a minute, hold on. I keep losing my damn plate. Oh, so
I know it's hard. It's hard, dude, with this shit. You gotta fucking be careful.
That could be if he were not involved. She advised that she was told by blank, Xana's best friend, that blank once. Okay, we read that already. So that's what I want to know who that is. Mortensen advised that recently Kaylee started talking to blank. We read through that already. Okay. Mortensen offered her DNA. Sergeant Blaker secured a swab from blank. At the conclusion of the interview, she advised. Oh, yeah, we went through that whole thing. That's hilarious to me. But anyway, when asked if she would be able to provide a description to a police composite artist, she said she would not be able to describe of the suspect to be helpful. She further advised the only thing she remembered about his face was his eyebrows were bushy. Bullshit.
The girl literally draws very good pictures of eyebrows. Can't help them out at all. Wow. Imagine that, dude.
Well, we know that she didn't see him because she would have realized his nose. That's a big thing there. Okay. I'm just saying. So
absolutely.
On we go. Next, she advised she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out of the residence because of the drop off from the patio. What the hell does that even mean? She advised she remembered that cars do come by their residence a lot, and she said there was a black truck driving past blank window, and she further said she was not absolutely certain it was a black truck, but there was a vehicle that went by their residence, and she could see the taillights, but she did not remember if the headlights were on.
Well,
but drew her attention to it was the red lights on the back of the truck. What the hell?
That's not an Elantra, is it?
No. But see, like I'm saying, guys, listen, these are detailed pieces of information, but you couldn't remember these other things that are simple to remember. That's what I'm saying. And you can remember Vampire Diaries.
Exactly. But you don't know if it's real or not. Dude, right. Did you hear the one part where she literally like told the detective she's sitting with, like, I'm even questioning if this is real?
Yeah. I just read through that, actually.
Something's wrong with her, dude.
Or if it's a dream. Like, and then she made a statement earlier on, Willie, about how her dreams, she happen in her dreams because she knows their dreams. Like, what?
Yeah. And did you see, and now we can write this off too for, all these fucking people that came at us. Did you see where she said flat out that she has no conditions?
Yeah. But there's
other than
right.
Other than her parents being divorced?
We can put that to bed. There was no previous trauma in her life, so that's not an excuse anymore.
Other than her parents being divorced, which is probably like 80 of us here. So,
yeah, 100%.
80% of us here. So, yeah.
So the back of the truck, when she asked if she meant brake lights, she said yes. When asked what occurred after she went into Bethany's bedroom, she said they eventually fell asleep. We know that's not true. And when she awakened, she was lying next to Bethany next to blank in blank bed. She advised a friend of theirs, blank and blank mother, are planning a memorial event that has helped her emotionally. She advised blank is crying a lot over this, must be Bethany, but she has not been crying and blank has explained to her why she has not been showing emotions. She explained blank used the word disassociate to describe her emotions. When she awakened that morning, blank was next to her in bed. They were both too scared to leave the room to even go to the bathroom. She advised
Why?
that, well, yeah.
What were they so scared of? I don't understand. If she felt so unthreatened by this person, what all of a sudden made them scared? Like she's contradicting herself so bad, dude. It's so bad.
Mm. She advised at approximately 11:23. Blank then corrected the time to 10:23. See, this is what's killing me with this whole thing. Okay.
Yep.
Moscow time. She said she texted Maddie, asked her if she was up. At 11:29 a.m. Moscow time, Mortensen texted Kaylee, "Are you up?" She could tell her Snapchats were not being read when she was texting them through Snapchat. Mortensen advised that she called Blank, one of her closest friends, which is going to be Emily, I'm guessing, about what happened that night. Or no, I'm sorry, that's Jenna McClure. That night with the masked man. Blank then explained when she reached out to Blank in the text message, which Blank told her was at 10:50 a.m., but she thinks McClure was mistaken. Mortensen told her she would send blank to their house because of their concerns about, well, maybe I was wrong by that, but anyway, of what had occurred during the night when Blank got to the house, which she described was before noon. She is not certain if he came in through an unlocked front door or had to use the code to the front door to get into the residence. Oh, this is Emily and Hunter. And when he got into the house, he asked about the location of a knife, and she directed him to a knife. Why did it have to be a knife instead of a baseball bat or a golf club or something? But okay, anyway. She advised that she initially went upstairs from Bethany's bedroom with Hunter, and she advised when she saw Xana, she realized Xana had not moved since she saw her earlier. She was still thinking Xana was still passed out from being drunk. Hunter then sent Mortensen downstairs. She advised Blank, and Blank came over after Blank came to the house because she had asked him to come over to the house. She advised Blank, then came downstairs. And she could tell by his facial expression he had seen something, and he told them to call 911. Blank was the one to call 911, and Blank at one point said she was on the phone with the police dispatch, and the dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. They told dispatch that there were people unconscious. Blank denied seeing Xana or any of the other victims' bodies. So now she's denying seeing them at the point. Okay. She advised that they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and that. Wait a minute. They stayed in the house when the police arrived.
That's their narrative. I'm going to back you up. We got to pause right there between those two paragraphs. That's what they need her to say.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely.
She saw the bodies.
Right. But if she were to say that completely blows this narrative. So yes.
Yeah, so it's not her lying. Again, she's lying, but why? And who's making her lie?
Right. No,
but what if she's just lying because she knows the person that actually did this?
It could be a combination of both, Willie. But there's definitely being led by the
again, dude. As much, dude. I'm sorry. That little part right there where you read about, how they might not find the suspect's DNA because they just, cleaned because of Parents' Weekend, dude. I'm sorry for that to come out of left field like that.
No, that was absolutely her. That's a complete
so thing. And she didn't clean. You're telling me, okay, whatever.
No, that's an absolute her statement. Why you would say something like that? Now, here's another thing I've gathered from this too, and I'm not trying to be rude or mean, and I mean this with all due respect, but I'm gathering from what I'm hearing in some senses, Dylan doesn't seem to have a whole lot of common sense, in my opinion. Okay?
No, it's zero.
That's the other side to this too, and I'm just going based on phrases and statements and certain things that are being said that you have to look at and think that that's absolutely her saying it.
So she definitely didn't use the word clad ever in her life.
No, which we knew a long time ago that was led by.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I know. It's now it's like, yeah. No, I mean, but here's the thing, though, right? If we read this and she sounded very articulate, yada yada yada, then that's one thing. But I mean, there's no way she's gonna throw in there this person was clad in black while she's saying all this weird shit.
Yeah, agreed. and they're also making her lie about timing the 911 call. And we also,
Oh, yeah.
by the way,
Oh, yeah. Did you see that, by the way? Did you see the report?
what?
Then did you see what time the 911 call was?
Not yet. We're getting ready to read it. I think. I think it's coming up now.
Well, I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you what time it was. It was actually 12:22, dude. Believe it or not. Yep.
That's interesting.
So the whole thing about 11:58 and shit. Bullshit.
That's real interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get there in just 1 second here. Then, probably. So, where'd it go? She advised. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it!
You got a little ways for that.
I completely lost my train of thought. Hold on. I'll just read it again. Then she advised she initially went upstairs from the blank bedroom with blank. She advised she saw Xana. Okay, we're past that. She advised that they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and the police were putting the tape up when they realized there had been a crime. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. That's stupid too, but okay. She then advised the vandal alert. Listen, folks, what the fuck? Hold on. Stop for a minute. Stop. Guys, I did this for years, and I've never in my life seen or heard a situation where that is okay.
Welcome to this reality. We have to
They
live
don't
in.
have those conversations, guys. It's just a known thing, and Jesus Christ, you can definitely tell that was police led. Okay, they still go in and check the bodies, folks. EMS still goes in and checks the bodies, unless whatever. I'm just gonna leave that alone. But that's just insane to me. I'm
They
sorry.
wake them off, bro.
That's nuts. But okay. Jesus Christ. She then advised the vandal alert came out, and that is when they realized their friends were actually gone. Okay. She advised they all realized there had actually been a murder committed in their residence. She said Kaylee had a balcony, and she remembered looking at the pictures in the news, and Kaylee's curtains were all messed up. She thought the distance of the balcony to the ground may have been too much and brought too much attention if that is how the suspect made entry into the house through Kaylee's bedroom. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else, when she initially came home for the night with blank, and she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, and she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised that when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room, and Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's bedroom. Murphy came back into the house after going outside. That's weird. Sergeant Blaker asked blank about the login and username for the router or the Wi-Fi at the residence, and blank advised Kaylee was responsible for that bill. She further explained that she nor blank were responsible for the Wi-Fi bill because they had just moved into the residence in August. Blank had some follow-up questions for blank outside of the interview, and as a result, the audio recording was turned off at 2:11 p.m. this same date. Wow, y'all. That interview is like, why did Dylan go let Murphy out for one?
Unbelievable.
And where was Kaylee at this whole time? Walking the dog, letting the dog out.
Let me ask you this: how about her hearing? She said that she heard singing and dancing, right?
Yeah.
And then she heard her and a dog go up the steps, and then she heard Kaylee come down the steps, right? Whatever happened to Kaylee going back up the steps, running and screaming for her life?
That wasn't stated in there. I agree. You're right.
So her whole story is shot just from the way she tells it.
Between what she's telling, excuse me, between the bullshit, in my opinion, she's telling, welcome, Simply, I just saw you, and between that and what the law enforcement is doing to twist it, it's a complete total joke.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? It pisses me off, dude, that this is how they handled the deaths of four, college kids.
Hold on, Willie. No, you didn't hear that wrong. That's what I was trying to draw attention to, SRB. And the other report that we read, and we talked, Bethany and Maddie let the dog out. And then Maddie came back later to Bethany and asked her if she had any idea where Murphy was. So, no, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Good God. Okay.
So what was that date at the very bottom of that?
Of the last one, Eddie?
Yeah.
Right
and
there.
what is
that was printed July 8th of this year.
Right. And at the very top of
Who?
What, Willie?
Oh, nothing. I was talking to Meg.
The interview, was it what, the 17th?
I'm going back right
of
now
November?
to double check it. I think you're right. Hold on. 1 minute. Good Lord, I forgot how long this was. All right, this one is dated the 20th. This is the report was taken on the 20th, Eddie.
So they wrote the report. Vicky Gooch wrote that report on the 20th, but the interview date.
And it was approved and signed off on the 21st, the next day. Yep, that's when that was written. And this was Gooch, and this also had Blaker and Dylan's attorney were all there for that.
Yeah.
Pay
Dylan's
attention to
attorney.
those. See how, how much procrastination, so to speak, happens between when the event.
Oh, yeah.
And then when they write the report, because we touched on this before, they don't know what they want these reports to say.
Exactly.
A lot of them, until a later time.
They have to get the whole thing together to be able to put the report. Right.
Yeah,
SRB called that out a while back.
They're fashioning this whole story. So
yeah,
all this is, it's like procrastinated work. They just do that report when they figure out what it needs to say.
Yeah, SRB pointed out the other day, like, it really disturbs her how long it took them to write some of these reports out. And that's a good point. Like, it's ridiculous. But like you're saying, like, they had, put in layman's terms, they had to get their story together before they could write the reports out. So, yeah.
Exactly.
And we can't prove it,
There's no way to prove it, right? All they got to do
Yeah.
is write a date, and that's it.
By saying so, you'd be a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly. Unless
Right.
you're the victim, unless you're the victim's family, then you could say whatever you want.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at this right here in front of us, it says on November 17th. That was when the interview was done. They didn't write the report until the 20th, and it wasn't even signed off on until the 21st. And then it was printed out in July. So like I'm saying, the dates and times on this are definitely ridiculous, okay? And it gave them time to figure out what they needed to say. Right. That's exactly what Eddie just said, SRB. You're on point. Right. And that, to me, folks, nope. Sorry.
I'm sorry, dude. Reading her story today baffled me more than anything that I've ever read.
Willie, this is what did you say, Eddie? This was how many times has this story changed and we've heard now?
Yeah, I think there's 2 interviews on the 13th.
Right. And then there was a total of 4 before with Moscow, though. Remember, they brought her back 4 times. And that was before she did the interview with ISP. So
yeah.
Every time something's different within her interview. So this is nuts. And
it is nuts, man. It's nuts that she got away with this, with telling this bullshit instead of 2 of them being in 2 separate rooms, making them each tell bullshit stories, and then pinning them against each other to be like, you either tell us what actually fucking happened, or like, you're going down for this and stick with it. I mean, that's. I mean, come on, man.
I heard you I was in the background making my coffee, and I heard you say that you're just sick of we're being told that we're victim shaming, we're doing this, we're doing that, and everything else. And here's the proof right here as to why we're asking the questions that we are. I'm sorry these other people aren't doing it, and they're just like, okay, I'll take it for what it is, but that's your problem.
No, it's because the people who like run around and say this, like call people victim blamers and shit, they don't read the paperwork and they don't understand the paperwork because they only read what they interpret it how they want to, not how they should, if that makes sense.
Right.
They're like, oh, that's not a big deal because, that's normal. Where in reality, it's so fucking not normal. It's
beyond, it's highly abnormal.
And I refuse to like stoop down to this reality that we need to live in for for this to make sense because
that's why we won't. That is exactly why.
It gets worse and worse, dude. Yeah. The more I read, because I'm reading a little bit, off camera and shit, it's bad, dude. Like I feel so disgusted by this justice system.
Agreed.
And it's just beginning, man. There's so much more coming out. Just wait.
Absolutely. Oh, hold on. What the hell? Is this what you were showing me, SRB? The bag. Is that what I'm looking at?
So just like Meg said, dude, we're not pro burgers, we're pro justice.
Pro truth and pro justice. And we've said that from the beginning.
Pro truth, yeah, pro truth and pro justice. I mean, that's it, man. That's what it's about. I don't give a fuck if Brian Koberger's name was completely different, or
yeah, right. It's not about Brian at this point. It's about the truth and justice, period. Because none of this is true. And again, they've taken, like I said before, and it may upset people, but it's how I see it. They've taken the Constitution and wiped their ass with it, because that's exactly what's happening right here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right in front of our faces too.
Right, and we're just supposed to accept it and just say, okay,
no, fuck that. And that's why we can't stop talking about this shit, man.
So I take that back. I've been doing a little bit of thinking. I kind of bouncing back here on my point a moment ago about the dates. So that does not apply to that last report. Where like the work is done on such and such a day, and then a great amount of time, we've seen through these Moscow police reports that we had, about a week ago that we all have been going through. So the work was done on such and such a date, and then a long time passes before the report for that work is written up. Okay, this one is different. What we just went through is, so the interview was done on the 17th. The report was, I believe, on the 20th for it. But this is paraphrasing in July about that report. So this is somewhat different, if you follow what I'm saying.
I do. I know what you mean. Yeah. Absolutely.
All that we just read, that was done on July 2025.
Right. That's how it sounds like they finally got that together and did that on the. Yeah, I agree. I see what you mean.
Yeah, they're taking her transcript or her interview, and they're telling us a story. They're selectively putting out what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And that work they did on July 25.
Right. Yep. That's a good point. That is a good point. So that tells you how even longer
on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Welcome, Noni. Good to see you, dear. Thank you. To answer your question, SRB, this is the living room, because I saw that Bud Light box in the living room picture. That black bag is this. I don't know. Was that there, or was this taken from outside and brought in? This, it looks like, is that blood, folks? Is that what happens to blood after you spray it with that other stuff? I mean, what the hell else would be blue like that rolling down the wall? But that looks like the living room area. They
deep cleaned just the days before for the parents' weekend.
Yeah, right, Eddie. Right.
Some salt.
That's probably what they would use, dude. Fucking toilet bowl cleaner, knowing them.
That's what it looks like. I love when Eddie's sarcastic.
Maybe they didn't clean this up because I don't think they have the knowledge how to clean up.
Well, they have number 2, and it looks like it might be marking blood. And I don't know if that's after they spray it with luminol or something like that, but that's, I don't know, but that's crazy. It's definitely the living room, okay? Because I remember the video or the picture of, they showed the couch, that box was over there right where it's sitting. So, they should have, 100%, Joanne, you're right.
I just want to know, dude, don't you just still find it amazing that, I mean, we don't know. At the bottom of the trash can that they left full could have been a bloody K-bar knife. And they just left literally a full trash can we saw in a picture when they left. That's wild to me.
Right. It's not luminol, but it definitely looks like a form of a chemical that was sprayed over top of it for it to drip down like that. So yeah.
What the hell?
And CJag, good to see you guys.
I'm just going to say that I don't know if they know, they being the state, the prosecution, whatever. I don't know if they know, the whereabouts of the weapon, but I know that they know every detail about what happened. I know they know the folks who did this. And
You think so?
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Do you think they know who did this?
Of course.
I kind of do too, Willie. I've been thinking about it for a while. I feel like
Really?
because listen to something
What
here.
the fuck?
Let me give you an option here, okay? With all the mistakes and the stupidity that law enforcement has shown through this, okay?
Yeah.
Do you believe, knowing what you've seen on police shows and things like that, the things I've seen physically on scenes with law enforcement as a first responder, I've never seen more Keystone Cop acting police officers on a crime scene in my life than this, okay? So therefore, I don't believe that these mistakes are all mistakes. I don't, okay? In turn, with the investigation that they have done, their lack of,
Yes.
I feel that they would have to know something, Willie. They would have to, in my opinion. And that is why I feel like this is all.
Well, I mean, you might be right because, again, and I'm going to go back to it because it's still the most important thing, in my opinion. Why the fuck were the blood DNAs not looked into? I will never be okay with that until the day I die.
But
They
that's what we're
know
that's what
that
told.
leads to who is guilty of this.
Bingo. And that's what I'm telling you, Willie, because that's what who have you ever seen or heard in any kind of a criminal case not test DNA, especially blood DNA?
Blood DNA, and said to go with the invisible trace DNA. I haven't seen any yet.
Well, okay,
and that doesn't exist anymore. It is long gone.
Right. That tells me that it led to somebody that did not fit this narrative, possibly, or somebody way more important.
Especially when you're writing in reports and shit that you're finding droplets in other people's apartments that look the same as you're finding in 1122, and you're not doing shit about it.
That picture that we just saw right there with that, what I believe was blood. I don't see anything else that could look that way. But anyway. That
so, I mean, you guys. I mean, you guys. I mean, you might be right. That's why I've always said, like, who are they protecting? Because
the problem is, if you have multiple perpetrators, now you have a conspiracy, and you also have a motive, and it's the motive that they don't want known.
It's just tough to come to terms with because, like, this.
Okay, let me put it this way, bro, real quick. If it came out that 5 guys from the Sigma Chi fraternity committed murder this past weekend at the University of Idaho campus and killed 4 people. Dude, do you know what that's going to do to the college?
I know.
It's done. And that's not what happened, folks. I'm giving you an example, obviously. But the college is done. It's going to shut down that college because people are going to go, fuck you. I'm not sending my kids there. No way in hell. Okay?
No, not even that. How about this? Like, if the people that did this are, students of the college and they did it to each other, and that's the whole story. And that's now, that's what they tried to avoid by all means necessary, no matter if it meant human lives or destroying crime scenes or upsetting victims' families. They don't give a shit, dude.
And if it's somebody of importance or is somebody that's related to somebody of importance, guess what? Money buys everything, folks. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, obviously.
Last point to this is, notice all throughout history, when it's a cover-up, it always has to be a lone perpetrator because that's the only way it works.
I guess
that's a good point.
Brian's like I said, dude. I went to school with somebody that is literally better than any superhero or anybody that you've ever seen, dude.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing this in 2.5 minutes.
Mind you, somebody that has disabilities too.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. And then not getting like at least a scratch on his neck we were talking about earlier, because Jesse was up on Pin earlier. You see how you can like move your head back, but when you move your head like straight back, your neck kind of sticks out more.
Yeah.
So when you're being attacked, right, and you stick your neck, or you stick your head straight back, your neck pops out more. So you can't tell me not at least one of the girls didn't The girls always get the long nails and shit done. That none of them scratched fucking Brian somewhere on his neck area to where we'd be able to see it in his
Not one mark on
selfie.
his body. Not one mark on his face. Nothing.
Come on, man. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
The Teflon Don. Lucy.
You know, but that's what I mean. Like, they didn't go to his apartment or like find shit in his house that showed like he was watching videos and doing training on how to, you know, do this and do that. You know, fine, I'll be on board with that. But like, there's none of that.
If he was clawed by any nails on his face, forehead, around here, any of that, it would have still been healing. Okay, when we saw him when he was stopped in Indiana, we just saw that scar or a scratch or a scab or something, and there was nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw one of these MSM channels or MSM. I mean, I didn't call these bigger channels that are just filter channels, MSM channels, saying that he called his mom directly after the murders.
Right.
Like, fuck you, man.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, Fizzy. They keep trying to say that he's just like Bundy, and that's no. There's no likeness at all, in my opinion. So I got you.
So.
It's just, how do you know Brian Kober is innocent? And the answer is because they are claiming he did it by himself. It's as simple as it gets. Just simplify your thought process. It's not that complicated. There it is. Simply.
He got railroaded and he pled somehow. I don't know why he did, but whatever.
I'm not even worried about that tonight because at some point, but it's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen with this. So, all right. So this next one, I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna read this one next. I'm not gonna start reading anything up here except for who it is, and this was, Detective Kenneth Beckner. Okay, ISP. Again, it says that on November 18th at approximately 12:42, ISP Detective Sergeant Ken Beckner and Trooper Andrew Weinstein interviewed blank at ISP District 3 office in Meridian, Idaho, regarding the homicides which occurred at University, blah, blah, blah. We know that. Blank stated the following. She lived at blank King Road across the street from 1122. One of the people across the street was a former sorority sister. One was a classmate, and the other two. So this is the house that everybody sees the people moving around the windows when the cars are driving by.
Yeah.
So there's that. Hey, Dakota, good to see you, brother. Thank you for that super chat. And thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate you as well, my friend. Guys, please go check out the Doc at Dakota's channel. He puts out some amazing stuff. If we could drop the link, guys, he does an amazing job as well. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and go like what he does because he's doing great stuff over there, folks. And thanks again, Dakota. I love you, bro. So yeah, that's the house directly across the street, folks. And that is, everybody's seeing people in the window. Somebody came out of the house at that point during that video, so on and so forth. So, her boyfriend was best friends with Mogan's boyfriend, blank. That's Jake. They hung out a lot. This was a current relationship. Mogan was in a class with her. Gonsalves was a blank sorority sister. She knew Xana and Ethan in passing. She had lived at blank King Road for just a semester and is currently a senior in school. She lived in the sorority house for 3 years, and this is the first year outside of the sorority. She's been inside the 1122 King Road house multiple times, with the last time being in September. They came over to her house more often. She had known Mogan and Gonsalves for 3 years. They met through recruitment. She saw Mogan and Gonsalves Saturday night, the 12th. They went to the corner club after the game. Mogan and Gonsalves were already there when she arrived. She was there for a couple of hours and was really drunk. She left before Mogan and Gonsalves, and it was sometime around midnight. Gonsalves had jokingly mentioned that she thought she had a stalker at Winco. It had happened once and was an unknown person, which we've already been through that. She heard from another friend at an instance of the house door at 1122 being open after all the roommates returned from a weekend trip. She was a basement room and can see the 1122 house from it. She woke up at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning. She didn't hear or see anything that night. I'm sorry. 1122 King didn't have a party on Saturday night. They may have had one on Friday, but it wasn't crazy. Mogan and Jake were a solid couple and had dated for a year. Jake was with her. I'm sorry. Mogan was with her boyfriend in the Boise that week. I'm sorry. Once again, Blank was with her boyfriend in Boise that weekend. I keep thinking they're putting that in there, but they're not. Interview concluded at 12:52, so that was nothing. Okay.
Listen, bro, I just got the warning, so I'm gonna have to hop down here in a little bit.
Whatever works.
I appreciate you having me up.
Anytime.
Dude, don't stop talking about this fucking case, man.
Well, I got to read all these, and
I'm just saying, dude, we can't stop talking about this case. This case is so. In my opinion, so like, I mean, I haven't looked into other corrupt cases, but in my opinion, dude, this might be the most corrupt case I've ever seen.
No, it is. There's no might. It is. I'm sorry,
okay.
But it is.
I mean, for you to say that, and for you to,
it is. I thought Delphi was probably the most, but this is starting to take a very close first.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm gonna pop down. Dude, let me ask you something. I mean, I'm gonna text you. I'll probably text you tomorrow anyway. But just real quick, you know, maybe one night we can do like one of those like things you do with
joint stream.
The thing I did with Annie.
Just let me know when you're ready, dude.
All right, cool. Yeah, man, that'd be cool.
Whenever you're ready, I'm down.
All right, cool. Yeah, we can set it up one night, and then we can kind of, I think it'd be nice.
Sounds like a plan. Let's do it.
All right, man. You have a good night, Eddie. You have a good night, bud.
Have a good night.
Nice seeing you. Have a good night, guys. See you, Chad.
Thank you.
All
have a good one.
Thanks again, Willie, for joining us. So I'm probably going to go through a couple more guys because we've been here going on 4 hours, and I don't want to drag you guys too much, but we will be doing this until we get through them all, just like the last. So take care, and yes, thank you again, Willie, for popping in and giving your opinion. All right, so this next one is Chris Pahanka. I interviewed. This is Officer Pahanka. Okay. 18th at approximately 11:55, Idaho State Police Detective Pahanka and I interviewed blank. The interview took place at blank residence located at blank Buell, Idaho. So they went to these people's homes to some extent to do these interviews, guys. So that's interesting. He is roommates with blank. He has known Kaylee since freshman year. They were in the same pledge class, so they've hung out together periodically over the last 4 years. And he has visited her house in Coeur d'Alene once. He knew Xana as well, but not as well as Kaylee. He also knew Maddie as well, but they didn't hang out a lot. Kaylee and blank had been dating since, this is Jack Decor, okay. They're on and off, and this is interesting to me too. I'm glad. I want to hear this one. And have broken up twice. They had recently broken up because she accepted a job in Dallas. So they were settling things before she left after the semester. They broke up about 2 months ago. Now, this one again, folks, just so you know, is dated the 21st up here. And then again, printed July 8th of 25. And the interview was done on the 18th. So there's 3 different dates. Hey, cat lady, good to see you, dear. Thank you so much, SRB. And thank you to whoever sent those. It is wonderful to see you as well, my dear. Always happy to have you here. Where are we at now? Back to this spot. So
that's like an extra effort. Wouldn't you just take the transcript and redact what you needed to redact?
Thank you. Yes. And why are they going through that effort so much, though? That's the point right there, Eddie.
That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Omissions, no doubt.
Right. Exactly.
To manipulate, the idea or message is trying to convey.
Amen. He had heard that there was someone following her out of Winco. Oh, I'm sorry. He never heard from Kaylee about anyone stalking her or giving her bad vibes. He had heard that there was someone following her out of Winco a couple months ago. He heard from friends that she had someone follow her out of the Winco to her car. He heard that story from blank, a sorority sister of Kaylee's. Blank is in California right now, and her number is whatever. He works at blank in Moscow, so he saw Kaylee, Maddie, and blank leave blank together that night. That was the last time he saw them. They said that they were going to John's Alley. Oh, that was the corner club. Wait a minute. he works at blank in Moscow, so he saw Kaylee, Maddie, and blank Lee blank together that night. That was a lot. Oh, maybe this is. No, this is Jack. Okay, so I didn't know he worked at that. Whatever. Moving on. They said they were going to John's Alley and they were trying to get some friends to go with them. They didn't end up going there though. He didn't know where they were before they showed up at blank. He had seen Xana at some parties, but didn't really know her very personally. He tried to recruit Ethan into his fraternity, but otherwise didn't really know him. He doesn't know of anyone who might have wanted to hurt them. They were all really nice people. Decor wouldn't have harmed Kaylee. He loves her and thought they would be married. They have a great relationship, even when they were not together. He is a calm, kind person. He's into sports, not an outdoorsman. He doesn't have a knife. He has never heard blank even say anything bad about Kaylee. There is an apartment complex behind the victim's house that has a lot of sketchy people in it. There are registered sex offenders living in it. That place is behind blank apartments. There are windows facing the girl's house, and it's adjacent to it. It's a brown, pink, okay, I know where it is. Brown brick apartment complex. We concluded the interview. So that's their interview with Jack Decor. The ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, that's the interview they gave with Jack Decor. That's insane to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of the fluff from the interview too. It's just useless, pointless talk.
Nothing of any substance right there.
No doubt there's more meaningful things in the actual transcript.
Oh, I'm sure. And why did that not come up? Why was that not talked about? That was Adam, not Jack. Well, it said that they dated and that they were going to be married. So that had to have been Jack, in my opinion. Did I read that wrong, Eddie?
No, I think it is Jack.
That's what I thought. Right. But yeah, that's another right. That's another good point. Pamela just said, not an outdoorsman, said that he was out fishing and camping a lot. So that's an outdoorsman.
Okay, Dunn is saying it's his roommate.
Maybe I read the thing wrong then. Hold on.
Hey, it can happen when there's so many redactions. When you're narrating it, everything's just blank.
Well, I did catch it off guard here when it said blank wouldn't have harmed Kaylee. He loves her. Okay. And they would be married. So that was Adam then. I thought so. I was going to say it back here, but
okay.
So that was the Adam. That was Adam. Okay. I'm sorry, you guys. Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
There we go.
That. Yeah, that's the word salad will screw you up at that point. He was describing Jack and Kaylee. Good point, guys. Good point. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah. So that was Adam. I don't know his last name, but I do know it, but I have it written down. That's Adam. My apologies. And once again, why was that not brought up with him then? Okay, that's the one that should have been talking about that. What did they say to you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out and straightening out on that.
Very good. Good catch, Siobhan, and whoever else said that to you. You guys are great.
Someone's paying attention.
Like I said, there's so much to read, and the redactions screw me up, and I'm so sorry about that. This is another one, November 18th. David Cortez, Detective Chris Pahanka, interviewed blank. Is this John Jack? Maybe. The interview took place blank in Buell, Twin Falls County. I called and arranged with blank to come speak with her. Okay, this is her. About the homicide in Moscow. I asked blank how she knew the victims in Moscow. Blank explained how Kaylee Gonsalves belonged to the blank sorority. Gonsalves resigned from the sorority blank, and Gonsalves still remained friends. Mogan was one of Gonsalves' best friends. Mogan was in classes with blank friend, blank. The girls would work on group projects at blank sorority. Blank knew Xana Kernel, victim, through mutual friends, and knew Ethan Chapin the same way. Blank is still in the sorority, but does not live in the sorority house. Blank lives in a house which overlooks the backyard of Gonsalves. Blank describes how her room looks directly to the sliding door of the Gonsalves house. I must be the neighbor. I asked blank if she was around the victims the night of the homicide. Blank was with her friends blank, and began their night at John's Alley. Blank took a phone call from Gonsalves to come down to the corner club. Blank and her friends went to the club blank friends slowly left from there and went back to their houses. Gonsalves and Mogan were still at the club with blank. Gonsalves and blank were planning on going to John's Alley to continue the evening. Blank was talking to another friend and noticed Gonsalves and Mogan had left. Blank went to Grub Truck, Grub Wandering Kitchen, no set location, and believed that she was about a half hour behind Gonsalves and Mogan at the truck. Blank even had the same Lyft driver as Gonsalves and Mogan. Sergeant Cortez asked if she had any further contact with the girls, and she didn't. Blank and blank fell asleep in blank room. She went to blank room for the night. She thought she remembered hearing music. Oh, wait, is this Bethany? But was not sure. She would have been, or no, this was the neighbor again. I'm sorry. She would have been able to hear if they were having a party. Blank got a video from her friend, blank of blank, on her bed snoring. Blank tried to listen to the video to see if she could hear anything in the background, and she couldn't. Sergeant Cortez asked if she was aware of where they were before the corner club. Blank thought they might have come from their house. Thursday night, Gonsalves wanted them to go out. Saturday night, everyone was out. She said the girls usually like getting ready together. Cortez asked if she was aware of where they were Friday, and she remembered there was a game. She thought a couple of them went to the game, but not sure. A couple of them went out later. Sergeant Cortez asked if she knew where they were Friday. Blank knew Thursday night was asleep overnight at the blank house. Gonsalves was not able to attend since she resigned from the sorority. She thought Gonsalves was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and she told her to come back. She thought Gonsalves came back Friday and showed people her car. She did not believe they did anything Friday night. Sergeant Cortez asked if Gonsalves ever mentioned anything about a stalker. Blank described Gonsalves as a person who would just joke things off. She believed there could have been at a time where she mentioned something. When recruitment for the sorority was over, Gonsalves went over to blank house where they were talking and catching up. She thought she mentioned something, but Gonsalves pushed it off as a joke. She could not remember anything specific from the conversation since it didn't seem like a big deal. Blank thought if Gonsalves would tell anyone about something strange like a stalker, it would be her ex-boyfriend, Jack or Mogan. Blank and Gonsalves grew up together and shared a dog, Murphy, together. Sergeant Cortez asked Blank if Gonsalves said anything once her and blank Jack broke up, if he would want to hurt her. Gonsalves described Murphy to her as her child and was not a serious guy. Blank was in blank fraternity and they all hung out together since they lived next door. She describes Gonsalves and blank as a brother and sister relationship. They shared Murphy the dog. Sergeant Cortez asked her if she thought blank would do anything to hurt her, and she believed he would never do anything to hurt her. Blank was described as a city guy, and she did not think he did a lot of outdoors. He was from the Coeur d'Alene area and grew up with sisters. Sergeant Cortez asked blank if she knew anyone that would have wanted to hurt them in their circle. A friend, she said their circle is interesting, and that's where it kind of stumps everyone, because this group of people would probably never have been friends if it wasn't for that housing situation. All the roommates' friends would meet each other and have friends hang out with friends. Gotcha. Sergeant Cortez asked if there was any mention of strangers around the house, spoke about one of the prior tenants to the house. The house had a weird feeling to it. However, it was from several months ago. Sergeant Cortez asked her if she heard anything. Wait, what does that even mean? Blank spoke about one of the prior tenants to the house. The house had a weird feeling to it. However, it was from several months ago. That's interesting. Sergeant Cortez asked her if she had heard anything the night of the homicide, and she normally would. They were referred to as the party house and would normally hang out in the backyard and play loud music. The night of the homicide, everyone had gone elsewhere to hang out. The sliding back door was considered the front door to the people who would visit. She didn't know if the back door was locked or unlocked. Blank talked about how the kitchen area was the main place for them to hang out. The door was usually open for people. She did not know any of the large knives in the house. That's weird. Sergeant Cortez asked Blank if Gonsalves told her about someone following her at Winco. She had not heard anything of the story. Sergeant Cortez asked Blank if she knew of anyone that we should talk to, and she was having a hard time recalling anything. She talked how Gonsalves and her would go out randomly and could not think of anyone to talk to. Sergeant Cortez asked her if she knew of anyone Gonsalves was romantically involved with after Jack Decor. Named blank blank and a blank blank, who are both blank. She did not have any contact information. She did not believe that any of the males mentioned would have anything to do with the homicide. I told her if she can think of anything to assist the investigation to call. She mentioned how she would hear the dog Murphy bark, and she never heard him bark that night. Well, that's crazy because everybody else did. Blank had the television on and thought that she had gone to bed around 3:30. She would be able to hear anything going on in the house since the windows are really, really thing. Blank could he even hear conversations in the backyard. Sergeant Cortez asked if the other roommates could have anyone who would have anyone that would want to hurt them. Hold on, guys. What's up, bud? Sorry, it's my grandkid. She spoke very highly of him. Wait. Asked if other roommates would have gone and would want to hurt them. She thought everyone in the house were amazing people. Gonsalves' boyfriend, Jack Decor, was in Boise. She spoke very highly of him. Kernodle and Chapin were in a newer relationship and usually partied with the blank. Kernodle knew a lot of people and did not have any enemies. Blank and her friends created Instagram accounts and have their profiles private. Lately, they have been getting a lot of traffic. She added people can make a fake profile, and it would be an easy way to stalk people. She mentioned a profile. I got to wonder why that was, though. And that goes back to something Jesse has brought up a couple times. The Instagram accounts were getting a lot of traffic. So there's some kind of a reason behind that, in my opinion. I'm just saying. She mentioned a profile which had a pretty girl as the profile picture, and the profile had been around for a long time. The name on the profile was blank blank. She did not know if the profile was real or fake. And at 12:55, they concluded the interview. I was hoping to get to one specific one tonight besides that. So, I guess let's see this. I guess we'll go through this next one here, and then we'll bring her down till tomorrow. I'll be here in the morning tomorrow to start this back up again, guys. So don't worry. Okay, so on November 18th at 11:08 a.m., Idaho State Police Investigations Lieutenant Caitlin and I interviewed blank blank. The interview took place at the Idaho State Police District 3 office in Meridian, Idaho. Her father, blank, was present for the interview. During the interview, blank stated the following. She lived at blank in Moscow, Idaho during the incident. Her backyard abutted 1122. So this is what, Madison Moy. Sorry. She knew Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana Kernodle, and she did not know Ethan Chapin, and she was closest with Mogan and Gonsalves. She was in the blank sorority with Gonsalves. The rest of that house was in the blank sorority. Gonsalves had dropped the sorority house membership that year due to financial cost. Gonsalves was out of town most of the week, but had decided to come back near the end of the week to go to the pie formal on Friday, November 11th. With one of her roommates. We know that was supposed to be Dylan. Friday night, Gonsalves had asked her to go to the club, which she did not. She did go out Saturday to a game celebration at about 2:30 p.m. at the Big Blank apartment. She left and went to the game at approximately 4:40 while Gonsalves and Mogan stayed at the party. Saturday night, she went to the Dirty Goat. I didn't even hear that one. A local bar. Gonsalves contacted her and wanted her to go to the Corner Club. She met Gonsalves at the Corner Club around 11. Gonsalves, Mogan, and a lot of other people were there. She had a small run-in with blank blank at the Corner Club. Blank was kicked out, and we know who that is again. kicked out of the bar around the same time or not too long before Mogan and Gonsalves left the corner club. She stayed at the corner club until approximately 2 a.m. and arrived home at approximately 2:30. She was up until approximately 3:30 and did not hear anything. She woke up Sunday approximately 7:30 and she had been in a different room than her own. She and roommates made breakfast around 8:30. Later, when she went to her room, she could see a lot of police cars next door. That must have been way later. She spoke with Blank Gower, the Uber driver, who told her he was pretty sure he had taken Mogan and Gonsalves home that night. Pretty sure. What the hell? How are you pretty sure? Yeah, especially if he knows them. That ain't right. Gower drove a smaller gray sedan. Okay. Did that catch you wrong too, or is it just me?
Yeah, that's pretty silly.
Yeah, seriously. Gonsalves' old room was the room Kernodle was living in. Gonsalves recently moved into the room on the 3rd floor after blank said she was not moving back in. That would be Ashlyn Couch. Gonsalves did not seem at all worried about a stalker or any other dangers. She thought Gonsalves would have said something if there was a real stalker. Gonsalves would have been scared if she had a stalker. Instead, Gonsalves was planning events for them all the time. Her bedroom window looks out onto 1122 King Road's backyard. She can usually hear anything going on in the backyard. Murphy the dog at 1122 usually barks a little bit, but she can generally hear it. And she continually hear it. Generally hear it, sorry. Which she didn't recall happening that night. She had booked tickets with Gonsalves to go to Europe together approximately 3 weeks prior to the homicides. Gonsalves had recently sold a white Subaru sedan for approximately $6,300 to a man using Facebook Marketplace. Gonsalves had just purchased a Range Rover the previous day. Gonsalves was making good money, but a Range Rover seemed expensive. Gonsalves was recently offering to buy drinks for friends quite often. Well, she's hinting around to something there, don't you think? She sold that car for $6,300. Gonsalves had just purchased a Range Rover the previous day. Gonsalves was making good money, but a Range Rover seemed expensive. Gonsalves was recently offering to buy drinks for friends quite often. So she's hinting around to something right there, folks, in that sentence.
That's a lot of extra, that's your discretionary spending is, you got quite a budget when you're doing that.
Right. So she's hinting around that for some reason, Kaylee seems to have quite a bit of money lately. So, okay. Gonsalves had planned to move and they planned, she had booked tickets. Yeah. And the tickets to go to Europe. So Kaylee came into some big money somehow at some point. We'll just leave it at that for now. Gonsalves had planned to move to Texas and had a temporary male roommate arranged down there. Gonsalves had an ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor, who is blank neighbor. Gonsalves and blank dated for approximately 6 years. Gonsalves and blank dated all summer while Gonsalves was up in Moscow working. Gonsalves and blank were not together, but were good friends. Gonsalves and blank shared a dog, Murphy, together. Mogan had a boyfriend, Jake Schreiber, I think his last name is, in Boise, who was friends with a lot of blank friends who had graduated. Gonsalves stayed in her old room while she was living in Moscow all summer. Gonsalves only had one roommate during the summer, blank. Gonsalves worked for blank and ended up getting a full-time offer starting February of 23. She does not think Gonsalves went out much during the summer. Blank had just graduated and stayed in Moscow for the summer. She did not think blank had anything to do with the incident. Showed a video from the party earlier on game day, which showed what blank was wearing, which appeared to be the same as the person from the video from the grub truck. Blank remembers Gonsalves and Mogan saying that they were going to John's Alley and blank was going, Jack Showalter was going with them. Blank was not good friends with Gonsalves and Mogan, but Mogan is kind of friends with a lot of the people involved with the Greek houses. Blank is in the same pledge class year as blank. Gonsalves and Mogan has been in a lot of their classes. Blank showed a screenshot of a group message obtained by blank The author of the message seemed to know a lot of information regarding the homicides. God, I need to know that. Blank Blank had read some creepy comments on YouTube and obtained screenshots of some of them. Blank Blank turned over a flash drive with some of the comments. She did not believe there was a party at 11:22 on Saturday game day. People often use the sliding door as a main entrance for the house, and she does not think it was usually locked. Gonsalves and Mogan didn't use drugs. She didn't know Kernodle well enough to comment on her. The neighbor's dogs behind them also did not bark at anything that night. The interview ended at 11:53. Review audio recording of the interview. The audio recording was copied onto flash drive and submitted into evidence under tag. I'd really love to see what was on that flash drive. Let me see what this next one is. And if it's something, then I'll do it. If not, then I won't. 1 second. Okay. So, like I said, guys, we're at like 4:15. So I think I'll hold off on that till tomorrow. I'm trying to see where I left off to make sure. This is the Homeland Security one. Okay. Wait a minute.
There you go. Thanks again, as always, for having me up.
Oh, good. Absolutely, Brad. And if you're around tomorrow morning, I'd love to have you up here with me.
Okay.
If you're not busy, absolutely. But thank you, Eddie. I appreciate your input. And
I look forward to it tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Thanks,
sir.
everybody, for joining us tonight, and hope you all have a nice evening.
You too, bro. This one's interesting though. I'm curious. Why did they interview with Homeland Security? Homeland Security Investigations Task Force officer. That's what the hell with Homeland Security? That's interesting, but okay. So yes, guys, we will be back to this one tomorrow morning. I'll be here when I do the morning show. This is what it's all about. So again, I want to thank you guys for joining us, guys, as we go through these to bring more and more information out in regards to this crazy ass case. So this is where we'll pick up tomorrow morning. Thank you, Willie, for joining me. Eddie, always an honor, my friend, as you know. And everybody in the chat, you guys are amazing. It's 9:27. But guys, if many of my mods have just a couple of minutes, I'd love to jump in to a real quick meeting with you guys after the fact, if you don't mind. I appreciate it. If you could, if you can't, I'll talk to you tomorrow. But other than that, guys, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate each and every solitary one of you. You're all amazing. And I have nothing but love for each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all. Good night and God bless.
Cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Tapping blackened keys, sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Table stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep.